everyone, this is Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of Power. I am thrilled to be your host for SuccessFest 23. It's time to kick off an incredible 3 days of learning and growing. As your host for this event, oh fine, yeah, I'm so excited to have you here with us as we embark on a journey of self-discovery, personal growth, and success. I know that if you're here today, it's because success is important to you. You want to make a difference in the life and the lives of others. You have dreams you hope will come true one day. And today is the first step towards making them a reality. At SuccessFest, we are here to inspire, empower, and to reach our goals. We will celebrate successes, learn from our failures, and grow as a community. By the end of this event, I know that you will be equipped with the skills, strategies, and knowledge to help you reach new heights and success and satisfaction. Whether it's finding clarity around your purpose or uncovering unknown talents. We are all here to help each other to reach our full potential. So let's get started. Welcome to SuccessFest 23. Let's make it count. Let's go, let's go. Ooh. Yes.
Greetings, Lima. I am Dr. Evelyn, and we want to say welcome to Success Fest. Could you please introduce yourself and then tell us just a little bit about your business?
Yes, greetings, Dr. Evelyn. My name is Lima Pasha. I am an executive wellness coach, organizational consultant, and mindfulness trainer. And my business is designed to help executive women stop stress and beat burnout. It's designed for women who have been tired and exhausted from long work days and balancing their priorities. It's mind, body, and soul wellness, incorporating mindfulness, nutrition, exercise, and lifestyle principles to help them go from drained to reclaimed.
It sounds like you are really busy because I know that there are a lot of women out there that need your services. Okay. Now, how did you ever decide to go into that kind of business?
Yes, so I've been a public affairs executive for over 20 years.
Wow.
And as an executive, I experienced wellness challenges of my own. And I also saw the decline of lots of people's health, especially with the baby boomer generation. You know, I started out when I was in my 20s, actually really young. And I remember a lady saying, you know, wow, I have all these aches and pains. When I get up, I feel stiff. And she was teasing me. She said, oh, Halima, you don't experience that, huh? And, you know, she was right because I was still young. I didn't know. But then later on, as I was working, I realized, okay, it's important to get up and stretch and exercise and have a healthy lifestyle. And then I experienced a traumatic health scare when I was on my way to work. So that led me to want to reclaim my wellness, to get back in touch with my body and my mind.
Excellent.
And so after doing that, I wanted to help others as well. Wellness became my passion and it became my purpose.
Well, it sounds like a great fit for Success Fest. Now, how do you think that this helps make the world a better place?
This makes the world a better place because I heard somewhere recently that your wealth is your health.
Absolutely.
Now, the people that I work with, a lot of times they're not so interested even in wealth because they're you know, a lot of times public service leaders or executives, and they say, well, money is, you know, not the be all end all, but we know when you have aches and pains, you can't get up and earn money. You can't get up and spend time with your loved ones.
And you can't
so
have
it's
fun.
Really about, yes, the quality of life. That's it. Savoring life with your family. And that's what I want. You know, I want people to be able to put the smiles back on their face and the lights in their eyes,
Okay.
and just be able to reconnect with themselves.
Surely. Well, welcome to SuccessFest. We are so happy to have you as a part of this great event, and we look forward to hearing and seeing your presentation. So you have a great day, and keep smiling and keep us healthy.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Welcome to Activate Wellness for Success. Welcome to SuccessFest 2023. In Activate Wellness for Success, how women leaders go from drained to reclaimed, you're going to learn about how to renew, rebuild, and reclaim your wellness. My name is Lima Pasha. I'm an executive wellness coach, organizational consultant, and mindfulness trainer. I help women leaders stop stress and beat burnout. According to the Center for Disease Control, the #1 health challenge in the workplace is stress. Stress contributes to high blood pressure, heart disease, fibroid tumors, and other illnesses. It also causes you to overeat, overspend, and diminish your ability to have the wellness that you desire and deserve. But you don't need the stats to know that you are suffering from stress due to toxic organizational culture, microaggression, difficulty balancing work and life, trouble adjusting to your new leadership role, or deep-seated desire to transform your health and wellness. You need help, and I want to help you get freedom from stress and renewed wellness so you can savor life. Envision more energy, joy, beauty, vitality, love, and growth. My Executive Wellness Recharge System is for you if you want to be enjoying life and experiencing life free from illness. You want to feel more beautiful and access your own fountain of youth. From weight loss to relationships, we have you covered. I have helped women leaders. Now it's your turn. Let me tell you how my journey began. I'm just a woman from San Francisco, California, with a heartfelt vision. I grew up in the 80s in the Bay Area, California, observing the contrast between homelessness and vibrant wealth in downtown San Francisco. And you don't have to be a city planner to know that redlining contributes to disparities between the haves and the have-nots. However, people of all income levels need wellness. My qualifications are 2 decades of experience as a public affairs executive, working with government elected officials and executives on promoting major city and county initiatives. I hold a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree in mass communications. I'm a certified life coach, organizational consultant, and women's wellness advocate. My mission is to help leaders usher in transformation and change with wellness for individuals, organizations, and communities. This begins with teaching women how to cultivate their well-being and optimize leadership communication using mindfulness. Let me tell you my story. When I was working as a public affairs executive in my 40s with a toddler, I was overweight, overstressed, and overwhelmed. I had high blood pressure and I couldn't sleep well. In addition to my daily work responsibilities, I staffed evening board meetings with elected officials and other leaders. While commuting from Oakland across the bridge to San Francisco on bus and train, it wasn't easy managing the demands of the job, commuting, and balancing my wellness and my family, yet I did. I learned that by practicing mindfulness, I confidently faced demanding responsibilities while reducing stress. It was then I knew that to ultimately reduce burnout, you're going to have to practice mindfulness, because this is how you regain better focus and presence. In essence, practicing mindfulness along with my executive wellness system is how you manifest wellness, such that you go from drained to reclaimed. The most important thing I learned in life is that taking care of our health is the way to be most joyful in all areas of life. It's because everything you do emanates from your state of well-being. You see, when I was working hard on autopilot and not fully focused on the moment, I almost lost my life. I've learned to place importance on nurturing my well-being. See, when you're ready to go from drained to reclaimed, and you're ready to savor life and cultivate your well-being, resources and help are available. Just as I found my help in my journey to wellness, you're going to have to practice wellness in the steps that I reveal. Wellness is a lifestyle, and if you want to prevent burnout, I'm here to help. You can renew, rebuild, and reclaim your wellness. Activate wellness. This incorporates everything you need to regain your vitality so you can finally begin enjoying life to the fullest. You can manifest wellness while actualizing your deepest desire of a fulfilling life. It's your time to get your vitality back so you can start having fun with your loved ones and enjoy what you desire and deserve. When you align your wellness, power, and purpose, you will practice visualization, mindful breathing, exercise, nutrition, and leadership communication with mindfulness. Your lifestyle will make you feel so joyful that you will want to continue for a lifetime. When you sit down with me as a coach to design your wellness plan, you will be seen and heard. You also gain access to my community of women leaders who are also committed to activating their wellness with me. If I'm Tired has become your theme song, you can finally get your energy up. Or if anxiety is marring your waking thoughts and you know that you need to free your mind, my system is designed to help you transform your mindset to be more positive and prosperous. After growing up in the Bay Area in the 80s, I chose the field of communications because I wanted to share positive news with the world. Now, I'm a wife and a mother and executive with 2 decades of experience in public affairs. Along my path, there were a few experiences that shaped my current work as an executive wellness coach and organizational consultant. One typical day, I was heading to work for a long day and night of evening board meetings. Suddenly, my heart started racing, beating, pumping so fast that my whole body rocked. I was afraid that I was going to faint, so I called 911. It was June 2011, and I found myself, instead of at work, on a stretcher with EMTs and firefighters standing over me. One EMT held a flashlight, and she held up her fingers and asked how many I saw. She asked me what day it was and a wave of questions to keep me from blacking out as she checked my vitals. My breathing was labored and I was choking for air. It was on this day that I finally realized that I had to manifest wellness. After the EMT stuck monitoring patches on my chest, I remember hearing that my heart rate was 221 beats per minute and my respiration was low. Then I felt the cool oxygen mask being put on my face, and it felt and tasted like relief. When I arrived at the hospital, there were multiple doctors and nurses speaking in rushed voices. I was told that I would have to get a shot of adenosine to normalize my heart rate. This day made me reflect on the core of my being. I'm just a girl who grew up in the 80s, molding mud in my backyard, walking through neighborhood creeks, and enjoying dance and music, and being constantly intrigued by the paradox of poverty and wealth that I observed when I was driven through the financial district in San Francisco. I observed that people who experience poverty are not devoid of good, and the wealthy do not have optimal lives either. I would argue that both parties can only find peace when connected to nature. It took me a while to get back to this childhood realization. First, I had to experience the weight gain and health scares that too many executives go through these days. I had a terrible flaw of prioritizing my wellness, not prioritizing my wellness over my job. So let me tell you how you can go from drain to reclaim now, and how you can prevent continued health challenges. You don't have to worry about experiencing major health scares, and you can get off the hamster wheel. We're launching our Wellness Mastermind in January. Call me to book a free strategy session, and you can learn more at www.limapasha.com. Sign up now. But before I go, I want to give you a free gift. When you call this month, you can get a DISC assessment valued at $500. Also, download my free book, Activate Wellness. I look forward to seeing you in my mastermind community and welcome you to renew, rebuild, and reclaim your wellness. Activate wellness with me. Activate wellness for success. I am the executive wellness coach to call when you want to go from drained to reclaim. Download my ebook, Activate Wellness now. In closing, my wellness system helps you have more energy, joy, beauty, vitality, love, growth. This is for you if you want a more enjoyable life experience, if you want to prevent illness, be more beautiful, and have an access to your own fountain of youth. From weight loss to relationships, we have you covered. Abundance is everywhere. You just have to be available and well to receive it. Welcome to Renew, Rebuild, Reclaim. Thank you for joining me for this workshop kicking off how women leaders renew, rebuild, and reclaim their wellness. This is a sneak peek at my system to help you go from drained to reclaimed. My name is Lima Pasha. I'm an executive wellness coach, organizational consultant, and mindfulness trainer. And I want to help you stop stress and beat burnout. You don't need the statistics to tell you that you're suffering from stress due to toxic organizational culture, microaggression, difficulty balancing work and life, and trouble adjusting to your new leadership role, or a deep-seated desire to transform your health and wellness. You need help. You have traveled long and far to get to your position, and you are a winner. I believe in you. So I want to help you, and I want you to join this community so that we can work together to renew, rebuild, and reclaim. This workshop gives you tools that you can use now and throughout the year to get to your goals with more ease and success. I want you to have freedom from stress and renewed wellness so you can savor life. Imagine having more energy, more connection to your natural beauty for love and growth. Executive wellness for better relationships, preventing illness, and so much more. So let me take you on a journey and tell you how my journey began and why I want to help you. I'm just a woman from San Francisco, California, with a heartfelt vision. I grew up in the 80s in the Bay Area, California, observing the contrast between striking poverty with homelessness on the streets and uber wealth with people dressed up, going to jobs. And I knew then that neither one, wealthy nor impoverished, had the key to success and joy. It was only through connecting to nature and wellness that they could truly be healthy and happy and savor life. So my background includes 2 decades of experience as a public affairs executive, working with elected officials on city and county initiatives. And I have a master's degree in business administration and a bachelor's degree in mass communications. I want to use this for my mission. And my mission is to help women leaders go from drain to reclaim. It's to help you deal with the stressors of life and to come out victorious and shine in the light that you were meant to shine in. One day, I was heading to work. I'm a wife and a mother. At this time, I had a toddler who is 7 years old now. But my experience, I grabbed my keys, I was heading out the door, and all of a sudden my heart started beating, pumping so fast that my whole body shook. And at this time, I knew that I wasn't going to end up at work. I had to call 911 because I felt like I was going to pass out. When the EMT arrived, she was holding up her fingers, asking me how many I saw. She was asking me a wave of questions to keep me from blacking out. Then all of a sudden, I felt patches being put on my chest. And I heard that my respiration was low and my heartbeat was 221 beats per minute. Then all of a sudden, I felt the cool oxygen mask being put on my face, and it felt and tasted like relief for a moment. And then I got to the hospital. I heard doctors and nurses rushing around, talking, and I heard one say that I would have to have a shot of adenosine to stop my heartbeat and then restart it at a normal pace. This day shook me to my core. It reminded me that I was putting work before my wellness. It reminded me that I did not yet have all the tools to support my wellness. It reminded me that I was trying to be in control while speeding down a runway out of control, that I needed to seek help to support my wellness. So on this day, and on subsequent days, I made a pact to myself. I figured out what was causing this supraventricular tachycardia in me. I figured out how to release fibroids naturally, how to improve my iron levels, my vitamin D. I went on a search for my vitality so that I can continue to work and transform lives while being a better version of myself. And now I want to share these tools with you. As an executive wellness coach, organizational consultant, and mindfulness trainer, I've helped dozens of women to reclaim their vitality. And today I'm going to take you on a journey where you can renew, rebuild, and reclaim yourself. So let's begin this presentation. And let me tell you, if I'm Tired has become your theme song, we are ready to help you get your energy up. And today is just the first step on your journey. Okay, I'm going to share my presentation with you. In one moment. So, can you see my screen? Incredible. So I'm glad you can see my screen. Now, we talked about stress and the monumental impact of stress. It causes you to overeat, overspend, and diminish your ability to get to your desires that you so deserve to achieve. It's not your fault. You know, stress can be caused by microaggression, work-life imbalance, and just your strong desire to transform your health and wellness. Renew, rebuild, reclaim. By the end of this workshop, you'll have practical tools to go from drained to reclaimed. I shared a little bit about my story, but as part of my wellness journey, I lost 40 pounds. And I did that through practicing mindfulness, mindful eating, mindfulness meditation, visualization, of course, exercise, women's wellness, which is being in tune with your body and your mind. This is one of my clients. She also is working with me to release fibroids, lose weight, and she's also already had success in renewing, rebuilding, and reclaiming her wellness. We do this with joyful anticipation. We get away from that anxiety. Mindfulness helps us get away from anxiety. And so that is why this system is different. A lot of times we set goals at the beginning of the year and we don't achieve them because those goals are marred by anxiety and stress. Oh no, I have to do this, I have to do that. But these goals that we're going to start today are going to be joyful. We're going to anticipate working towards our goals because it's a lifestyle. It's not just something you're doing. It's a lifestyle that can support you in your transformation and enjoying life. Because we do what makes us feel good. Anxiety repels our creation. When we want to be in the seat of creation, we want that joy on a daily basis. And I'm going to tell you how to keep your joy so that you can achieve your goals. Mindfulness is being fully present in the moment, being aware and non-judgmental. And the first thing we want to be present to is our own bodies. You know, how are you feeling? How is your head feeling? How is your heart feeling? How are your feet feeling? What are the emotions that are going on in your body? Sometimes we're moving around on autopilot. We're saying and doing and thinking things that we don't even realize. What are the emotions that are triggering events in our lives? And I'm here to tell you that your thoughts are shaping your life. So by practicing mindfulness, you become aware of your thoughts. And if there are any thoughts that are no longer serving you, you can release those thoughts with non-judgment. But you'll have to sit there with those thoughts. If it's rumination, if it's drama or trauma, you may have to say that I release these thoughts. They're no longer serving me. And you can do that with your breath by breathing in through your belly and saying, I am well. I release what no longer serves me. And to bring joy into this, we're replacing those habits of focusing on negative thoughts with focusing on gratitude. What are you most grateful for? What brings you the most joy? Make sure you do those things daily. Pay attention to the plants that flower. Don't focus on the weeds. Sometimes we get so focused on the things that are wrong and broken, we don't even really get the chance to savor life, all the great things that are happening. And where we focus, that energy goes and our abundance starts to expand because we're not cutting off our blessings by being so focused on the negative. We learn to speak life into ourselves and our loved ones with our thoughts, our words, and our actions. If you've ever heard about think before you speak, well, that is very important. But we need to train our thoughts with mindfulness, with meditation, and with self-awareness. We don't need to just be quiet and cut down our thoughts, but we need to train our thoughts by practicing gratitude. So how are you gonna renew, rebuild, and reclaim for your family? Because we know this isn't just for you. And we know that a lot of times stress comes because you're moving and you feel like you're just on a hamster wheel. You're not able to connect. It's not just you. You know, you feel isolated, especially in this time of COVID. And how can you come back to your center with mind, body, and soul wellness? The first exercise that we're going to do in this workshop is write down the things that you want to manifest, the top 3 things that you want to manifest in 2023. Do you want to learn to practice mindfulness meditation? Envision how that will support you in achieving your big goals. Do you want to exercise 4 times a week? Write down that I am exercising 4 times a week and I enjoy exercising 4 times a week. But envision yourself at the end. Envision feeling more energized, more vital, having the beauty that you know is within you. Now write down what's holding you back. What's stopping you from achieving those top 3 goals that you want to achieve? And write down why you want to achieve those top 3 goals. Now, after you've given this some thought, I want you to cross out what's holding you back. Because in essence, there's nothing holding you back. If those 3 goals came up to the top of your mind, they are achievable. If you can imagine it and you can believe that you can achieve it, have faith and hold on to that faith, unwavering faith, then you can achieve it. There will be nothing holding you back from reclaiming your wellness, from getting to who you need to be. And it's really getting back to yourself, your true essence. Being on this treadmill of life has got you outside of yourself so that you no longer feel your body, so that you no longer are able to embrace yourself with compassion. And mindfulness is about compassion. So when you understand your thoughts, you're not judging your thoughts saying, I'm bad, or you're not judging your body for having pain. You're just saying, I have this pain. It's okay. Treat it like a young child. It's okay. I didn't hurt myself. I love myself, and I'm going to love myself better this time. I'm going to get the tools that I need in order to release the pain, the physical pain, and also release thoughts that no longer serve me. So I'm glad that you were able to cross out what's holding you back. Now, all you have is a list of your goals and your reason why. Next, you can write down if there are any gaps, because gaps are not the same as something that's holding you back. It's okay to have a gap. We're always going to have a gap between where we are and where we want to go. That's just creative tension that's going to support you and it's going to fuel you. So that's that joyful anticipation that you have. When you view your goals with joyful anticipation, you silence they call it in mindfulness, the monkey mind, but I call it the worry mind. So when you're just worrying about your goals, you don't want to worry about your goals. You want to manifest your goals by understanding the gaps and being self-aware. So through coaching, I support you. With me, you will be seen and heard. You won't be gaslighted. Your desires are serious and important. And hearing yourself and listening to yourself so that you can reframe your story and shape it in a positive way is valuable. It's going to get you that transformation. As a coach, I work with you with active listening, deep listening, and probing questions. So let's get into exercise number 2. This is an exercise that you can do on a daily basis, and it's belly breathing. So place your hands on your heart. Sometimes we hold our breath, and holding your breath causes high blood pressure. It causes stress and tension in your body. We want to allow our breaths to flow freely, just like we want to allow our joy and our goals to flow freely in our lives. So as you breathe, expand your belly and inhale. I am breathing in this moment. I am this moment. On a count of 4, inhale. I am breathing in this moment. Exhale. I am breathing out this moment. Inhale. I am this moment. Breathe out. I am in this moment. This is a breathing exercise that you can come to anytime you're feeling stress or anxiety. Anytime you're feeling that rumination where your thoughts are going back to the past. Because as you start to center and become self-aware of your thoughts, you will transform. This breathing exercise is located in my book. So I will leave you with this, and then you can download my book at www.limapasha.com. It's called Activate Wellness. Belly breathing is so transformational. It can release pain from your back. If you breathe in through your belly and become aware of your breath, you can tighten up that area where you feel pain and then release it. Release it because it no longer serves you. You can also release troubling thoughts in that same way. So now I want you to come back to the present moment. It's so beautiful that we can go inside introspection at any moment, and then we can bring that joy out to the world and reflect it in our actions. We're going to practice some affirmations. This is exercise number 3. You can write your own affirmations or use these affirmations that are included in my book. Now repeat after me. I am happy. I am healthy. I am whole. Challenges are lessons. I love and accept myself unconditionally. I will search for the good in all situations. I release limiting beliefs that no longer serve me. I am joyful and full of life. I breathe deeply and wholly the essence of life. I plant my feet on solid ground and reconnect to the earth. I am abundance and I am worthy of manifesting. You have to believe that you are worthy. One psychologist states, and this has been studied, that your imagination of yourself is what you are going to attune to. So if you say you want something, but you don't envision that you can achieve that, if you only envision yourself in a limited way, then you will not achieve your goal. If you envision yourself broken and unwhole, then unfortunately, you will not strive to be whole because you only see yourself as broken. So self-awareness, understanding how you see yourself, and then growing to envision yourself in a good way is transformational. About these affirmations, grounding is very important. Grounding is the practice of putting your feet on the soil or touching the soil. In the past, we used to plant our own foods or walk on the beach more. We need nature. We need to connect to nature. And studies have shown that just connecting to nature with your body reduces inflammation in the body. So imagine standing with your feet on the sand, repeating these affirmations, or even in your backyard with your feet on the soil, repeating these affirmations. Or you can do it in the mirror. But I found that on the soil, connecting to nature is the most transformational, because it's not just about you and what you're reflecting back to yourself. It's about the larger world around you, nature and community, that's going to allow you to transform. You'll realize that it's not just something that you're trying to beat. You're not just trying to beat stress, but you're trying to reconnect to yourself and your community on a deeper level. So now we're going to another exercise, and this is visualization. With visualization, this is, I would say, the most transformational exercise that you can do on a daily basis. And I know you're busy, you're working, you have families, you have so much to do, but all of these exercises can be done in a combination of 10 minutes a day. You can just take 2 minutes to visualize the success and the beauty you want. What does it smell like? What does it look like? How do you feel? Internalize that vision. Where are you? Are you in your backyard planning food? Who are you with? Are you on stage? What are you wearing? Visualize that goal. Use your imagination to become the creator of the manifestation that you want to achieve. Studies have shown that this activates something called the reticular activating system. So when you get to places that support your vision and your desire, you'll be more attuned to it. You'll recognize it more. There's a quote that says, energy goes where energy flows. So visualization is directing your energy towards what you want. Morning, 5 a.m., I suggest you wake up early. Noon, and in the evening, practice your visualization. And this is all about growth, right? We're at a stage in our lives where we want to grow. I help middle-aged women and men as well. I work with a lot of public service leaders, and they want to grow in their personal life, in their professional life. And my work is designed to support you. This is one of my clients, Billy Poindexter. She had a great desire in her life to grow. And my coaching supported her. I helped her to identify her health and wellness goals, her financial goals, her business goals, and to talk those through. We created a strategic action plan for her, and she was able to follow through and learn to be more thoughtful, more self-aware. I also use a DISC assessment. A DISC assessment tells you about your behavioral style. So that supported her in her communications transformation as well as mindfulness. This is a client that I talked about earlier. She is a part of my community, renewing, rebuilding, and reclaiming her wellness, getting rid of fibroids, getting on track with nutrition. Part of the mindful nutrition is intermittent fasting, green drinks where you're enjoying drinking green leafy vegetables with an apple in the morning, and then you have healthy meals following that. Okay, we talked about this. Transformation. Transformation is what we want, and that's where we're heading. So be sure to download my book at www.limapasha.com. It's called Activate Wellness, an Executive's Guide to Mindful Workplace Wellness. And you can practice these exercises, share with your team at work, share with your family. So what is the Executive Wellness Recharge? It is the ability to focus and set your intentions and silence the worries. Instead of worrying, with the system, you're going to create fuel for joy and creativity. I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now and tell you a little bit more. So I hope that you have enjoyed these exercises and that you will include them in your life. And we want to use these to increase your energy and stop stress and beat burnout. I help you uncover the secrets to your well-being as a woman in leadership. Explore these easy steps in the Executive Wellness Recharge system that are included in my book. It incorporates mindfulness and everything you need to get your vitality back. But before I go, I want to tell you about my coaching program, Renew, Rebuild, Reclaim. You sit down with me for coaching and you discuss your desires, and we develop a roadmap for you. And you want to care about this because you don't want to let your spark go out. You know, I remember I had a time like this where I just felt like I was dragging myself to do the routine. What is it that you're dragging yourself to do, yet you know you want to go in a different direction? The magnetic pull is pulling you in a different direction. You feel like you're just going uphill. Well, it's time this year, 2023, to get off that hamster wheel. We're launching our Wellness Mastermind in January. Call me to book a free strategy session. Go to my website at www.limapasha.com. Sign up now. But before I go, I want to give you a free gift. When you book a call with me this month and in January, you'll get a free DISC assessment valued at $500. Also, download my ebook called Activate Wellness. I look forward to seeing you in my mastermind community and welcome you to renew, rebuild, and reclaim your wellness with me. I'm an executive wellness coach. I'm the one to call when you want to go from drained to reclaimed. Again, if I'm tired has become your call, you want to evoke energy, joy, beauty, vitality, love, and growth, then let's work together. We'll access our beauty and our fountain of youth and build better relationships together. Hope you've enjoyed this workshop. Oh, and another thing I really want to stress is the eating habits. I know this time of year, we can get off track with our eating habits. That's one thing I support you in. And what we're doing now in our community is intermittent fasting. And as I said, this is a lifestyle. So you're not going to just do a detox or a challenge. This is something that you want to do for life. The tools in my book are something that support you in getting back to your set point. It's not about perfection, but just having a set point. My name is Lima Pasha. I'm an executive wellness coach, organizational consultant, and mindfulness trainer. Thank you so much for joining me.
Welcome in, welcome in. Look who I have with me. Y'all might not know, but I want you to introduce everyone. Who are you? And tell me, what is your, I'll say, expertise?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Nicole Meek. I am the CEO of Meek Consulting, which stands for Motivating and Empowering with Encouragement to Keep Going. So I've been someone who's been in the recruitment, HR sector for many years. And so I decided to step out on my own because I want to be able to make a difference in helping people to get the job and get the career that they really desire.
Oh my God, that is so important. I mean, that's the first thing that really we are the first journey I would say everyone is put on, right? We go to school, and it's either to go to school and get a job, whether it's a career, whether we go to additional college, but it's still to get like a job, right? To survive. So I was like, what made you kind of get into that career originally, or even know that people need that kind of support?
You know, I think originally it just came from seeing so many people like try to find their way. And it started in college because I was one of those people trying to find my way. And so, you know, when you graduate, I took the first job I could get. And I love talking. I love talking to people. I love helping people and being of service. And I decided I took a job where I was recruiting students. And I liked it a lot. And then I went on the corporate side and just really, really found out that I really have a good niche for connecting with people and just, you know, making sure that it's the right fit for everybody all around.
Awesome, awesome. And what would be probably the biggest obstacle that you face? I'll say, even if it's not you, that you've seen other people face in with dealing with, you know, I'll say being in HR.
Yeah, I would say the biggest obstacle I feel like we all face is ourselves. You know, there are many things that we've had come our way, many things that we felt that have been impossible, right? But, you know, with our faith and with us pushing through, we make it possible, you know, and even if that doesn't happen, we find that new direction, right? We find something else and come to find out we were supposed to do that all along. So I think that honestly, the biggest obstacle we all have is just us standing in our way, not believing in ourselves, not believing that we can actually achieve what we want to achieve.
Absolutely, absolutely. And wow, that you're dropping some nuggets. No, this is how I say, you dropping nuggets with that good sauce, okay? So I would say, you know, given that has been your journey, what do you see yourself doing as far as truly impacting this world going forward?
Yes, I think it's continuing to, do what I've been called to do. I've been called to uplift people, to motivate people, by not being ashamed of anything in my story,
Yeah,
being able to share those things because you never know who it's going to help. And so for me,
absolutely.
I just want to keep going forward, keep believing in myself, keep, wanting to reach people at whatever level they are and let them know that it doesn't matter where you are because it's where you're going. And I want to hopefully be a part of that journey for many, many more people to come.
All right, y'all. Y'all have heard it. Now, Nicole, share with me your title and
Yeah.
maybe just a little snippet of what to expect if someone comes to your keynote.
Yes. So my title of my presentation is manifesting, manifesting your dreams. But first,
Ooh,
you need to get out of your way.
yeah.
And so it is a true, me, being just as honest as I can be, being as transparent as I can be. And hopefully it will touch and move all who see it so they can tell somebody else and tell somebody else. But it's truly about let's move because we can do this. We have to have faith and we have to know that anything that's within us is supposed to be shared.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm excited, and I know y'all fired up out there. So stay tuned. Go into Nicole Meek's room and listen in on her talk and how you can be helped along this same journey. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Nicole, for being here. And I just can't wait to hear from other people who actually get to experience what you have and all the expertise and the nuggets that you were already dropping, even more with the good sauce, right?
I like, it's that good sauce. Whip it up,
Yes.
put it on everything.
All right, y'all. See y'all later.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Nicole Meek, and I am the CEO of Meek Consulting, which stands for Motivating and Empowering with Encouragement to Keep Going. Again, that's motivating and empowering with encouragement to keep going. Today, I'm going to talk with you guys about how to manifest your dreams. But first, you need to get out of your way. So I remember when I was younger and I used to love jumping double dutch. Y'all, I could turn, I had the little twist. Everybody loved it. They wanted to jump in when Nikki was turning. I was never double-handed. I was always on my square when it came to turning. But I had a secret. I had a big secret, y'all. My secret was I could not jump in the rope. Now in my room, oh please, I could jump in, I could do the crossover, I can turn back halfway, I could do the one leg, I could do it all in my head. But when it came to doing it, I couldn't do it. And so my friends didn't press me on it. They just thought I liked turning. So I did not do it. And I know I'm not speaking to myself or even just about myself. I know many of you have been there where you've had these dreams, these things that you want to do and they're in your head, but you have not manifested them. You have not made them come into fruition for fear, procrastination, doubt, whatever it is. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. And so, many times in our lives, we find ourselves in opportunity, right? We're walking into opportunity, walking into new adventures, new journeys. And in those new journeys, we go in, right? And we're successful and we love what we do. But deep down inside, there's something else that we know that is pulling on us. It's calling us. But there's that, well, I'm doing well here, or I'm doing good here. I don't think I should step out. But let me tell you something. If it's a dream and you know that you've written it down as something that you want to do, it is time for you to go for it. I remember when I was contemplating even starting my own business, and I have I had had a wonderful career in recruiting. I love what I do. I love talking to people. Hello, this is why I'm here now. I love connecting with people and being of service. And I loved, working, but there was always an inclination on my heart to really go out on my own and do something to where I could be able to walk into an organization and say, I want to sit down, let's talk to you about your procedures, about your, and talk about, are these procedures, are these processes helping your employees flourish? Or are you seeing, of course, that decline? Are you not retaining those employees? And so for me, it became a thing of, I want to do it, but I just kept saying, there's so many other people doing it. And there are a lot of successful people doing it. I want to be a motivational speaker. But then you see the Les Browns, you see all these wonderful people out here that are motivationally speaking, Sarah Jakes Roberts. Who am I? But I stopped saying that and I started speaking life into my dreams. I know we write vision boards, we have journals, we have all these wonderful tools that we use to encourage ourselves. But are we really applying what we say that we want to do? When are we going to go for it? When are we going to say, okay, I'm going to make this dream happen? Now, don't get me wrong. I know we have a lot of dreams, many of us, and you can address one at a time because that's what I'm doing. One of the biggest obstacles that we've all faced in life, right, are closed doors. People saying no, us not getting those opportunities. But how many times can you look back on all those no's, all those impossibles that you were able to make possible because of the effort, because of your determination, because of your, oh no, they didn't attitude to knowing that you have a place and you belong at the head of that table, at a seat at that table. And so you work towards that. But my question for you is, why don't you do that for yourself? Why are you not applying that to your dreams? Are you thriving or are you surviving? Are you living and loving your life? Or are you just living and making ends meet? That is the difference between manifesting your dreams and saying that you have dreams that are just still sitting on the shelf, waiting for you to pull them out. I'll tell you, I remember when I was a kid, I love stories when I was a kid. So if you listen to me again, I always talk about when I was a kid. So I wanted a Cabbage Patch doll. Oh my goodness. I love Cabbage Patch Kids. I wanted one. I knew it. I'm like, Lord, I'm gonna have my Cabbage Patch Kid. I'm gonna name her India Tangerine Brown. She's gonna be so pretty. And I knew the hairstyles I was gonna give her. And when Christmas came along, I got a Kusa. Now, if you guys do not know what a Kusa is, look it up and then send me virtual hugs. It is the step cousin of a Cabbage Patch Kid. It looks more like a pet, but you know what I did? I loved on my Kusa. My Kusa had a little Oshkosh B'gosh jumpsuit. I would wear my Oshkosh B'gosh jumpsuit and hang out with my Kusa because I knew at that time it was because my mother could not afford to be able to provide that for me. Later on in life, I bought myself a Cabbage Patch doll, realized I was over the hype of it and wound up giving it away. So, there are also many things in our lives that maybe did not come to fruition because maybe that we were supposed to go another direction. We're supposed to go another way. But that again is something different than a dream. Okay. And so what I'm saying to you today is there are 5 steps that I would like to present to you to help you to manifest your dreams. The first one is write down affirmations. It is okay to have sticky notes to say, I am worthy, I am deserving, I can do this, I am going to network today, whatever it is that you need. Write it down, and you can do that daily, whenever you need it. Number 2, acknowledge those times that you feel doubt. We all feel it, I promise you. We all go through it. It's okay to say, today, I am not my best self. And so today, I'm not going to write those pages for that book. I'm not going to make those phone calls to try to get those connections to write that grant. I'm going to chill today. And it's okay to say that. Which leads me to number 3, is that no matter what happened to you then, that is not now. Yes, we've all had failures. We've all had missteps. We've all made mistakes. But right now It's your time. It is your time to act upon those things that are within you, waiting to jump out, waiting to be brought into fruition. And it's not then. You know what to do now. You've learned the lessons. So it's time to walk into the blessings. Okay? Number 4, do your research. Like whatever you want to do, there are books you can read. There are articles that you can read. There are people that you can tap into to keep you encouraged, to help motivate you and inspire you to follow that dream. Don't give up. Continue to do your research, to continue to go for what it is that you know you want to do. And number 5, last but not least, y'all, please believe in yourself. And if you're anything like me, oh yeah, I talk a good game, right? This is what I did for a living. I encourage people, motivate people to go. I used to encourage people to go back to school. I encourage people to step out and go for their dream job. I did all that good stuff. But when it came to Nicole, I had more doubts and more excuses than you could believe. And then one day I just woke up and I said, life is short. Time is of the essence. And I either can spend my life making excuses and not believing in myself, or remembering why I was put on this earth and why I was given these talents and these gifts. And it was because God wanted me to use them and to bless other people with them. And so I have committed the rest of my life to being the best of my life by doing what it is that I've been called to do. And I want to encourage you to do that. Believe in yourself more. Believe in yourself better. Take better care of yourself. And number 6, which is not a step, but I had to throw it in there. Number 6 is I really want you to repeat every single step whenever you need it, whether it's daily, whether it's yearly. But I'm going to ask you to do something with me right now. Okay? So I want you to say this out loud. Procrastination will no longer hold me hostage. Okay, good job. Procrastination will no longer hold me hostage. It is a new year, y'all. It is 2023. Let's make this a year of not only manifesting, but seeing those dreams come to life. Thank you so much for your time today. Again, I want to thank you for taking the time to come into my presentation and hear about how we get out of our own way to make our dreams happen. My name is Nicole Meek. Have a wonderful day and have a wonderful new year. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Dr. Darren Robinson, and I'm happy to be here at SuccessFest 23 with Shannon Smith. Shannon, can you give everybody a quick intro about yourself, where you're from, and what do you do?
Sure. I'm Shannon D. Smith, and I'm the founder of Ever Learning Company. I am a certified career coach and HR certified trainer, and I live in Northern Virginia.
All right, Virginia in the house, All right, I got a couple of questions for you, all right? The first question, what has been your biggest obstacle you had to overcome?
The biggest obstacle that I have had to overcome was transforming my career while struggling as a divorced single mom of 4 children. That by far has been the most difficult thing that I've had to do. And even though there's still been bumps along the way, I'm in a totally different place. It's so much better. And I'm really glad to have overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, nice. Now, I know because you overcame the obstacle, you had the dream of helping other people. Why did you choose to help others become successful?
Well, because I truly believe that we all have the potential to create success for ourselves, but we can't do it alone. And so it's very important to me to be one of those people that can come alongside others and be that source of support and guidance as they're trying to carve out their own path of success, because you know, our path to success is as unique as we are as individuals. And so we all need help along that journey. So I really want to be one of those people that people can count on for help.
Okay, nice. And then my question is then, how do you plan on helping make the world a better place in doing that?
Well, I think for me, my plan is just simply making the world a better place by providing the necessary skills, knowledge, and tools so that people can transform their careers and transform their lives.
Nice. And ladies and gentlemen, look here. The name of her presentation is called Empower Yourself for Career Success. So I can't wait to hear about that in Success Fest. I know there will be a lot of gems that you're going to be dropping that people are going to pick up. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Shannon Smith, talking about Empower Yourself for Career Success.
Hello there. Welcome to the Success Talk for Empowering Yourself for Career Success. I'm so glad that you're here because I know that you could have chosen to be anywhere else, but you decided to be here. And for that, I am truly grateful. It is an honor to share this time and space with you. So I want to start off by challenging you to think about what does it mean to be empowered? A lot of times we hear words and we don't really think about what does it actually mean in a practical sense, or like my teenagers say, in real life. So take a moment to think about, what does being empowered mean to you? What do you see in your mind's eye when you hear that word? And if you want to share that in the chat, I'd love to see that so we can have a dialogue, because this talk is going to be somewhat interactive and I want to know what you're thinking. So I took some time to look up the word empowered because I'm a word girl and I love knowing the meaning of words so that you can use them appropriately and you know how they work. So the word empowered, according to the dictionary, is the power or authority to do something. Simple enough, right? But I had to dig a little deeper and I created my own definition. And so my definition of being empowered is a combination of the confidence, knowledge, and skills to take action or make a decision that will lead you to the results that you want. So when you think about your career, are you empowered? Do you have the confidence, the knowledge, and the skills to take action or make a decision in a way that will lead to the results that you want? Now, if the answer is no, no need to worry. That's why you're here, and that's why I am here. But before I get into the 3 key strategies that will lead you to empower yourself to achieve career success, I think it's a great idea to introduce myself. You don't want to just listen to a stranger, right? So I'm Shannon D. Smith, founder of the Ever Learning Company and the author of the book, Empowered to Upgrade, the ultimate blueprint for taking control of your career with confidence. I'm not going to go into a long, drawn out introduction about my accomplishments or education or certification, but the most important thing that you need to know is that I have been where you are. I've been in careers that left me unsatisfied, that didn't pay me what I was worth, and left me dreading Monday mornings. And so it's my mission to empower individuals to find a career that puts a spring in their step, more money in their pocket, and joy in their Monday mornings. And so through my practice and through the book that I've written, I help people accomplish just that. So that's me. So now let's talk about what it's going to take for you to empower yourself to achieve career success. Now, my personal definition of being empowered give you the hint to the keys that I want to share with you today. So the first key is building your confidence. Confidence is a little tricky thing. Oftentimes we think confidence is being bold or outspoken, but often confidence is really just that quiet reassurance that you know who you are, you know your value, and you know what you bring to the table in any situation. You're not intimidated by the talents or gifts of others because you know you have a unique perspective in whatever it is you do. And you have to think about it. No matter how many people are in your field or in your industry, you have a unique way of doing what you do. And when you discover that, you have an unshakable confidence that will guide you through your career. Now, if you don't have that confidence right now, you can develop it. Confidence is an actual skill and a muscle that you can continue to work in order to get that level of success. So confidence is the fundamental building block of empowering yourself to career success, because without confidence, there is no empowerment. So the second key that I want to share with you is building your knowledge. Building your knowledge is absolutely essential when it comes to career success, because you want to be the go-to person. You want to be a thought leader and someone that is known for something. And so in order to do that, you have to build up your knowledge. So one of the things that I recommend is when you are pretty sure what industry or field you want to work in, you want to join professional associations. Because I'm in career coaching and training and development and learning and development, I am a member of a number of organizations. One of them is the Society of Human Resource Management. And so they send me publications, and I can continue to increase my knowledge about human resources through the publications and the blogs that they send. Another organization that I'm a member of is the Professional Association of Resume Writers and Career Coaches. And because I'm a certified career coach, this organization is really helpful in allowing me to build up my knowledge so that I can serve my clients at an optimal level because I have that knowledge. So you can do the same for whatever career path or whatever industry you're in. Build your knowledge. So the last key, and I think is probably the most important key, is developing your skills. Now, I'm not just saying it because I'm a trainer, but I am saying it because our skills are always at a risk of becoming obsolete. Do you know why? Because technology is constantly advancing. Our organizations are constantly changing the way we work. And so because change is constant, your skills and what you're able to provide organizations has to constantly evolve. And if you don't do this, you risk being obsolete. You don't want to be obsolete, right? So the best thing for you to do is constantly keep an eye out for what's changing in your industry and constantly develop your skills. You can take courses. You can ask for stretch assignments at your place of business or place of work. You can volunteer and just continue to add additional skills to your tool belt. And the beautiful thing about doing that is you'll always stay in demand and you will always be competitive. So no matter what changes happen, you have some skills that others need. So those are the 3 keys to empowering yourself for career success. I hope you found them helpful. Remember, if you do not do these things, they won't be done for you. And so you don't want to be left behind. If you want to keep yourself in demand and competitive, then do all 3 of these things, and you will definitely find yourself in a place where you're empowered to achieve the career success you desire. It's been such a pleasure sharing with you. Thank you so much for listening. And if you find that you want additional assistance, I'm always available to help. And there is going to be a workshop that expounds on empowering yourself for career success in this session as well. So if you want more practical how-tos, then definitely check that session out, because you'll have some more information on how to do this in a practical way. So that's all for now. Thanks for watching. Hello, and welcome to the Empower Yourself to Career Success Workshop. I'm Shannon D. Smith. I am so happy to have you here. I know you could have chosen to be anywhere else, but you decided to be here. So I know you're committed to empowering yourself to achieve your version of career success. So welcome. I'm really honored to share this time and space with you, and I'm going to make sure your time is spent worthwhile. So I know that you're probably here because you want to empower yourself for career success. Perhaps you're tired of someone else making this decision about how far your career can go, or making decisions about how much income you can make, which impacts you, your family, and even your future. And so as of today, that comes to an end because you're going to now get the tools and the strategies to empower yourself for career success. So I want to just encourage you to grab a pen and a piece of paper because we have a lot of content that we're going to go through in a short amount of time, and I don't want you to miss anything. And so if you can go ahead and grab that, that would be awesome. And I will keep going. So if there is any doubt about whether or not you're in the right place, I want to ease all those doubts and reassure you. So if any of these things apply to you, you're in the right place. You're in the right place if you're feeling stuck in your career and you need a plan to get back on track. You're in the right place if you feel like you need some more clarity on your career goals. This is the perfect time of year to get that clarity and start ironing out the details of what you want to achieve in your career in 2023. And then also, if you're looking for ways to leverage your network or build more relationships, you're definitely in the right place. And if you're ready to take charge and be the CEO of your career, you're most definitely in the right place. So welcome. Now, I'm going to introduce myself so you're not listening to a stranger. I'm Shannon D. Smith, and I'm the founder of Ever Learning Company, and I'm also the author of the book, Empowered to Upgrade, the ultimate blueprint for taking control of your career with confidence. And I'm not going to go into much more because, this session is really about you. I'm here to serve you at the highest level possible, and I really want you to have some tangible takeaways to empower yourself for career success. But the most important thing that I will leave you with about me is that I have personally transformed my career from being someone who's struggling in a rut of low income jobs into a thriving professional author and consulting. So I know what it takes to transform your career and take control of it with confidence. And so because of that experience and because of that knowledge, I'm ready, willing, and able to help you do the same. So that's me. You can see my mission on the screen, but I won't go into that because, again, this is all about you. So I love a good agenda. I don't know about you because I like to know what to expect. So on the screen here, you can see what you should be able to do by the end of this workshop. I want you to be able to have strategies to empower yourself for career success. I want you to have strategies to define and clarify your goals and proactively manage and advance your career. And not only that, I want you to be able to develop a plan to build out your network and harness the power of networking to build powerful assets in your career. So drop in the comments if you're ready to dive into this workshop so you can be empowered for career success. I want to make sure that you're excited and you're ready to go before I get started. Great. So it looks like everyone is ready. So let's get into the first topic. Our first topic is being empowered for your career. Now, if you tuned into my success talk, you heard me talk about 3 principles that you can use to empower yourself for career success. And so in this workshop, we're going to get into some more practical how-tos so you can actually do that. Before I do, I want to ask you a question. What does being empowered mean to you? When you hear the word empowered, what do you see in your mind? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What is it? What do you hear? Take a moment in the chat and share what your definition of empowered means. So I'm going to look at those answers, and it looks like everybody has some really great perspectives on what it means to be empowered. And we've all heard the word before. That's why we all have our own versions of what it means. But I wonder how many of us actually consider what it means in a practical sense, or as my teenagers say, in real life. And so I'm going to share some insights about becoming empowered in real life so you can use those tips to achieve career success for yourself. So give me a thumbs up if you're ready to hear what being empowered means. All right. So the definition that I found about what it means to be empowered is the authority or power to do something. And that's pretty simple, right? But me being me, I had to create my own definition. And I think that this will really help you in application and actually what you need to do to become empowered. So my definition is having the confidence, knowledge, and skills to take action or make a decision that leads to a result you want. So when you think about your career, are you empowered? Do you have the confidence, skills, and knowledge to take action or make a decision that's going to lead to a result you want? If the answer is no, it's okay, because you're in the right place and we're going to help resolve that. So what more than anything, what I want for you is for you to have that empowered position so that you can have a career of your dreams, making the money that you want and having an undeniable impact on the lives of others. Because I think that's the most important thing to us. It's not always the money. Oftentimes we want to know that we're making a difference. We want to know that the work that we do actually is changing lives and improving a process or people's lives. So I want to help you do that. So let's go into the first key of being empowered. Now, the first key of being empowered in your career is taking charge. It means that you're going to be proactive. You're going to take initiative. You're going to look for opportunities to further your career. This can look like seeking out mentorship or guidance, or communicating with your managers or leaders to let them know that you're serious about your career and you're looking for other opportunities to grow your knowledge, your skills, or even boost your confidence so that you can take on leadership roles. So a few action steps that you can take, and I want you to jot these down, is one, you can identify organizational or department problems that you can solve. And this will really set you apart because you're taking the initiative, you're being proactive to solve problems. And so you're automatically going to be looked at as a leader by doing this without being prompted. The other thing that you can do to take charge of your career is create a plan for your career and outline some long-term and short-term goals, because now you're thinking about the future. Again, it's going back to that being proactive, taking initiative. And then you always want to update your resume and sometimes apply for positions that is a little bit outside of your purview, because it's going to challenge you to rise to the occasion and meet those demands. So those are the three things that I really suggest that you do when it comes to key number one, taking charge of your career. So give me a thumbs up if that's good for you, that's clear, you know what it means to take charge of your career, and you're ready to go to key number two. All right, so it looks like we're ready to go to key number two. Key number two is invest in yourself. This is where you take time to update and hone your skills and your knowledge. And it's absolutely essential because this is how you're going to stay in demand and competitive in today's landscape within the workplace. Everything is constantly changing. And so our skills are always at risk of becoming obsolete because technology is always changing. The way we do work is constantly changing. So learning a new skill or updating your knowledge or your abilities is no longer a luxury or an option. It's an absolute necessity, especially if you want to continue to get paid. So a few action steps that you can take to invest in yourself is, of course, you can enroll in courses or training programs. You can enroll in a certificate program to get a certain certification. You can also set aside time to read industry-related journals or blogs. You can ask for stretch assignments at your current job. So if you are in a particular role, but you're interested in something else, you can ask your manager, can I take on a special project? You can also volunteer for special committees, and that's a great way to develop additional skills and also meet other people who are doing different things. And then you can also utilize free and low-cost resources so you can stay informed of what's going on in your industry. And so that can be blogs. You can follow thought leaders in your industry. And if you have an intranet site at your job, keep up to date on what's going on with your company as well. Invest in yourself, invest in your knowledge and your skills. So that's key number 2 for being empowered in your career. Give me a thumbs up if that is clear and you're ready to move on to key number 3. All right, so it looks like we are ready to go to key number 3 now. So key number 3 is leveraging resources around you. Utilizing available resources around you is a great way to realize your potential and reach your level of success, your defined level of success in your career. So examples of leveraging resources around you could be mentors. This could be networking opportunities, informational interviews, and job shadowing. And I'm going to talk about each of these briefly so you can know what they mean. So you're probably familiar with mentors. That's just basically connecting with someone who's more experienced or more seasoned in an area of your interest so that you can get advice or guidance. And so that's a great way to leverage resources around you. So this may be a manager, a former boss. This may be a more senior coworker or someone in a professional association that you are a member of. There are a host of resources around us, and oftentimes we just don't know where to look or we're not paying attention. So those are things you can take advantage of. Another action step that you can take is networking. And we're going to talk about networking more in detail in another section, but building those relationships in industries that you're in or adjacent industries is absolutely essential. And then thirdly, you have informational interviews. Now, informational interviews is so very powerful. And it was actually the way that I was able to change careers from a call center customer service representative to a trainer and instructional designer. And how this works is, let's say you're interested in changing careers and you know what role it is, you go look for people who are already doing that. And then you reach out to them and you let them know that you're curious about the role, you're curious about what that work entails and what's the day-to-day responsibilities, and you just ask them questions about the role. The great thing about information interviews is that it gives you a behind-the-scenes view or a sneak peek in the type of work that is being done, and it gives you an idea if that would be a good fit for you. So that's a great way to leverage resources around you. I was call center representative, and I basically went into my internet site and looked for all of the instructional designers at my current job, and I just reached out to them while I was at work. And so I conducted informational interviews for months on my lunch break. They were 15 minutes apiece, and you can do the same thing. It doesn't have to be an elaborate process, and it doesn't have to be time consuming. It could literally be 15 minutes of asking someone questions about their work and getting an idea if that's something you want to do. And then the other thing is job shadowing. Again, it's a resource that's already around you. You're already at work. If you're interested in a different role, you can reach out to that person and say, hey, do you mind if I job shadow you, or I just shadow you for a day or a few hours to get an idea of what you do? This is another way to get a sneak peek on what it looks like to do something different, and if that's something you would enjoy. So if that makes sense, if that's clear, give me a thumbs up or say I'm clear in the chat, and then we can move on to section 2. All right. On to section 2. Section 2 is identifying your career goals. So when it comes to your career path, it's essential to know what your end goal is and the necessary steps to reach those goals. And so we're going to get into that part of your journey now. But before I do, I got a question. How would you rate your goal setting skills as of today? From a scale of 1 to 10, drop the number in the chat. How do you rate your goal setting skills? Now, when you think about your goal setting skills, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a wide range of answers. And if your number is low, don't worry. This is why we're here. And I'm going to help you with this element because it's so very important. Goal setting is something you're going to constantly be doing, and it's going to help you get to your desired destination. All right. So thank you for sharing your answers. So let's get into the first key to identifying your career goals. The first step or the first key is analyzing yourself. Analyzing yourself is basically self-awareness, because you can't identify, where you want to go until you first understand who you are and what you have to offer. So take some time in this section to truly decide what you want from your career. You want to also get very familiar with your strengths and your weaknesses. Think about how you can use your strengths to your advantages. You also want to think about what drives you, what energizes you. And this is as far as the tasks that you do at work. What are the tasks that really energizes you and excites you? What are the tasks that drains you and make you feel demotivated? Knowing these things are really going to be important when it comes to setting your goals, because you're going to be laser focused on what you're looking for once you've done this and you've done this analysis. So a few steps that you can take when it comes to analyzing yourself is reflect on experiences you've had in the past and identify the ones you enjoyed and the ones you didn't enjoy. Then you want to make a list of the skills you used and make a list of the skills that you enjoyed using and the ones not so much. Clarity is going to be absolutely crucial when it comes to identifying your career goals. Another option that you may want to consider is a career assessment. A career assessment can really give you insight on your strengths and your weaknesses. And so one of the assessments that I highly recommend is the Strength Finders assessment, because it does focus on your strengths. And they believe that your career should align with your strengths because you'll find more satisfaction and you actually will perform at a higher level, which means more money. All right, so those are some things that I recommend that you do in order to identify your career goals. Now, give me a thumbs up or say I'm ready in the chat if you're ready to go to key number 2. All right, looks like we're ready. Key number 2 is research, and I love research. I don't know about you, but research doesn't have to be complicated. It's just a matter of looking up some roles after you found out all these things about yourself, looking for some roles that will align with the skills and the tasks that you've identified as ones that are enjoyable. And so there are a number of places you can look for this type of information. One of the best places that I recommend is bls.gov. That's B as in boy, L as in Larry, S as in Sam, .gov. And that's a great way for you to research roles that align with the skills and the experiences that you've identified as the ones you like to do. You can also read articles and blogs about the industry that you're interested in. And you can also do some research on some companies that you may be interested in working in. And this is a great way to identify if the environment is going to be an environment you would enjoy. And you can look at Glassdoor to see what other employees are saying about that company. And that can give you some really good clues on whether or not that's a place you want to be. And then you can also talk to people in the industry or talk to people who work at the company that you may be interested in to also get some insight on what it's like to be there. So those are some ways that you can research, and it's a really proactive and empowered way to handle your career goals. So let's go on to key number 3, which is creating a plan for your career goals. So an action plan is essential. It's an essential tool for anyone looking to achieve their career goals. And it's more so a detailed outline of the steps that are required for you to get to your end result. Now, this plan that you create should include a timeline. Don't create a plan without a deadline because you won't be motivated to get it done. So start with a timeline, have some milestones that are spread out throughout the plan. So this key things that you want to accomplish by certain time periods, so you know that you're making progress. And also figure out what resources you may need in order to achieve these goals as well, and identify where you're going to get those resources. So a few action steps you can take is write these things down. If it's not written or documented, it's very hard to stay on track and see your goals accomplished. This is why at the beginning of the year, you often hear people say, write out your goals, do vision boards. If it's not documented, you will forget it and it won't be accomplished by the end of the year. So write down your goals, and then you can break down those goals into small, manageable tasks after you've written the bigger goal down. And then that way you can keep track of the progress that you're making because you have it documented. So map out the plan, and that way you can have a GPS, a career GPS or a career map to guide you every day in what you need to be doing. So now we are moving forward to section 3, which is very, very important, because once you've become empowered, you set goals, now you have achieved some things, you want to know how to manage your career. And managing your career is very important because you want to stay on track of reaching your goals, and you also want to continue to advance and move your career forward. You don't want to be stagnant. So, of course, I have a question for you. So I want you to share in the chat, why do you think it's important to manage your career? I'm going to share what I think, but I want to hear what you think first. So share in the chat, why do you think it's important to manage your career? Okay, great. So there's some phenomenal answers here, and I think that you all have a really great idea of why it's important to manage your career. And so I'm just going to share some keys that will help you do that. So the first step to managing your career is establishing those goals. Now, we talked about goals a minute ago, but I want to just expound on this a little bit more, because I want you to be sure that the goals you set are aligned with your values, which means what's important to you, your passions, what wakes you up and makes you want to jump out of the bed each morning, and your interests, because you want to craft your goals around those things, because that's going to be the key to keeping you motivated to work towards those goals. So you want to have a combination, and these are just some action steps you can take when it comes to establishing your goals for your career. Set short-term goals and long-term goals. So the short-term goals could be 30 to 60 days or 90 days at the most for short-term. Long-term could be like 6 months to a year. Set those goals so that when you set the short-term goals, you have things that you can kind of check off quickly, and that continue to build your momentum and your energy because you're seeing things checked off. I love having a checklist and checking things off. It just lights me up to know that I'm getting things accomplished. So that can be a very good thing for you to do. And when you check those things off, celebrate. Don't get so caught up in knocking the things off the list that you don't reward yourself for the hard work that you're doing. And so these steps are going to help you stay clear and stay focused and moving your career forward. So establishing career goals is absolutely essential. And so that's why I wanted to reinforce that again in key 1 for career management, because you're always going to be setting goals. Now, the second key is setting up a system to track your progress. So you can set those goals, but you don't want to set the goals and forget them. You want to set up a system that can help you keep track of it. Now, don't be intimidated by the word system, all right? It doesn't necessarily mean complex technology and all of that thing. System is just a word that indicates it's anything that can streamline a process. And that could be literally a spiral notebook. So, you can use whatever you're comfortable with, but use something that can help you keep track of your milestones when you accomplish things, and so that you can constantly have these reminders that you're moving forward. And so some tools that I recommend, you can have a day planner, a physical day planner. You can have a calendar. You can use a notebook, like I said, or you can use project management programs. If you're more sophisticated and tech savvy, you can use something like Trello or Asana to keep track of your progress as you move forward in managing your career. And setting up that system is definitely going to make you more informed about decision making. So you can be very intentional on what roles you take, whether or not you accept a promotion or what type of stretch assignments you ask for. in order to develop specific skills. So this is really going to be key for clarity's sake. So that brings us to the third key of career management. And I want you to plan for obstacles and setbacks. Here's the thing. Success does not happen without setbacks. I'm sorry to inform you. It just doesn't happen. Setbacks are par for the course. It comes along with the journey, but those setbacks are not necessarily bad. They're actually learning opportunities. They're informing you of things that work. They're informing you of things that don't work. You won't know what things you don't like in a career if you don't experience them. So I didn't know that I don't necessarily like being on the phones and taking calls until I actually did it. And so, setbacks and, challenging experiences are learning opportunities to help you continue to refine and develop your goals. So anticipating potential setbacks and planning for them in advance can help you have a cutting edge or an advantage to help you reach career success. So I want to give you a few action steps you can take to help plan for obstacles and setbacks. One of the things you can do is just brainstorm. When you've already set your career goals, take some time and brainstorm on what types of things could possibly come up for you. And then visualize how you would handle them. And then write it down. It has to be written down. I can't stress that enough. And then you want to look at past experiences that you've had and think about previous setbacks that you've experienced and how you responded. And in those responses, what worked and what didn't work, and you can incorporate that in your plan to address any setbacks or obstacles that come up in the future. So keep in mind that you have the power to create a career of your making. And when you take charge and make these plans and you set yourself up to anticipate obstacles and you have a plan to address them, you are really becoming that empowered professional that's taking control of your career, and you're equipped to handle anything that may come up. So really being proactive in this area of anticipating obstacles and setbacks and planning for them is a really great strategy to empower yourself for career success. So now we're getting ready to move into the final and fourth section of this workshop. And before I do that, I really want to just do a temperature check and find out, is this helpful? Has this been valuable to you? Let me know in the chat. I really like to know if I'm being helpful because it means so much. As someone who's a trainer, I want to know that this is helpful to you. Is it clear? Is it really giving you something to think about? Let me know in the chat. All right. It makes me so happy to know that I'm helping. So thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate it. So let's go to the final section of our workshop, and that's maximizing your network. Maximizing your network is absolutely essential. And I've said that about a lot of things, but all of this is important. But you've probably heard a quote that says your network is your net worth. And that cannot be more true. I remember going through my career coach certification, and I learned an interesting fact. I learned that 80% of positions that organizations fill are not even advertised. Can you believe that? They're not even advertised. So what does that mean? That means that majority of the positions that organizations are filling are actually being filled through networking. They're looking for referrals from their current employees. They're going into their own personal networks of people they know and people they know, and they are filling roles that way. So the power of networking is real. And it's important for you to take time to invest in learning how to harness this power so you can create powerful assets in your career. So let's get into it and learn how to use this tool for your advantage. The first key to maximizing your network is identify your network and resources that are already available to you. Now, this is where my career coaching clients, they get a little antsy when I take them through this exercise because they think they don't know anyone. But that is so far from true. You just need a little bit of a a brainstorming tool, and it can really help you start thinking about people that you know. So one of the things that you can do is look beyond your family circle. This is not about friends and family. This is about people you've connected with on your journey of life. This could be schools that you've attended, previous places that you've worked, organizations that you volunteered, associations that you're a member of. All of those places have people, and they have people that know of you and that know of other people. So you want to make a list. This is an action step you can take. So you may want to write this down. Make a list of your current network and the resources available to you. And that is all of the people that you know in any of those environments, and don't leave anything out. Because if they know of you, if they know your name, they should go on the list. All right. And then you want to look for organizations and events or programs that you can help, and you have a skill set or expertise that can be useful to them, because you want to make sure you position yourself there to meet new people. Because after you make a list of your current network and the resources available to you, that's going to really guide you in how to continue to maximize that list. So let's go to the next key, because this is about the time to transition into that key. You want to develop a plan for developing relationships with key people in your industry. Once you already have your comprehensive list of who's your current network, you then want to figure out a plan for how you're going to expand that, how you're going to build that. And it's important to be very strategic and very intentional on who you add to your network. So when you choose people to add to your network, they have to be someone that's going to align with a goal you have, or they're going to help you get into an organization you're interested in. And so I want to give you a few action steps that you can take that can help you with developing your plan for building relationships with key people. You can identify influential people in your industry or field of interest and start building those relationships. You can seek out mentors or sponsors who can provide you guidance on how to build those additional relationships. Of course, you can join professional associations. I've said that a number of times, but you can join associations or organizations and even volunteer for their leadership roles to help you expand your network that way. And you can also connect with people online. Of course, you have LinkedIn and other online networking platforms such as meetups that you can leverage to build relationships around a common interest. So by taking this strategic approach to networking, you'll be able to easily identify and build relationships with key people in your field or a field of interest to help you reach success. So give me a thumbs up if that makes sense and you feel good about that and you have some things to think about on how you're going to expand your network. Awesome. So the third key is once you built these relationships, once you've identified your existing network, you want to nurture these relationships and stay connected to your network. It's not enough to just get to know a bunch of people. You want to nurture the relationships and maintain them over time, because networking is a long-term game. It's not something that's going to be instantaneous where you meet someone and then you ask them for something. You have to keep the law of reciprocity in mind when you're nurturing and building these relationships. So you may say, Shannon, what's the law of reciprocity? Good question. The law of reciprocity just simply means that you give first. And because you give first, you're going to receive in return. And so when you nurture your relationships, you're constantly looking for ways to serve. You're constantly looking for ways to provide value to your network. So a few action steps you can take in this area is you can reach out to your network through email or social media, other online forums, not to ask for anything, but to ask how you can help, to ask what can you provide or how can you serve. You can also keep a specific special dates in mind, like their birthdays, anniversaries, or certain milestones, and let them know you're thinking about them. Just be a decent human being and build meaningful relationships. The other thing is you can set up regular coffee dates or check-ins to let your network know that you're thinking about them and you want to connect. And so those are great ways to nurture your relationships. So I hope those are helpful. We're going to wrap up now. And I want to wrap up with just a charge to you. I want to charge you to take control of your career and make it a priority. Because if you don't make a priority, no one else will. And, this is the time to take control of your career and steer that career of yours towards a destiny of success. So I am really excited about the potential of you really being able to change and transform your career to something you really enjoy and something you really love. So I love this quote, and I want to share this with you. I wish I knew who the author was, but nevertheless, it holds true. Investing in yourself is one of the best investments you can make. It is an investment that pays dividends for life, and it can help you make the right decisions, reach your goals, and create a successful career for yourself. I cannot begin to even calculate the amount of money, time, and energy that I've invested in myself over the years in obtaining multiple degrees, certifications, learning things. And it's all been so valuable, and it's an investment I will never regret. And I think that if you invest in yourself, you can say the same. So as a result of investments that I've made in myself, I decided to write a book that I alluded to earlier, and it's called The Empowered to Upgrade Book, The Ultimate Blueprint for Taking Control of Your Career with Confidence. And in this book, you'll discover my personal career journey and a deeper look at career management and essential strategies for success. And here's the thing, we all have an opportunity to work and live in a way we choose. But sometimes we get stuck. We get stuck because of fear. We get stuck because we don't want to change, or we have self-doubt, or all of the three. And I've been there, and I want you to become empowered to make a change and upgrade your career and your life. So if you're tired of feeling unfulfilled, stressed, and uncertain about your career, this book will provide useful advice, actionable steps, and inspiring stories for you to move forward. So if you want to invest in yourself, this is a great way to do that. ShannonDSmith.com is the way for you to get access to it. Not only that, I also work with a small amount of clients on a one-on-one basis, and this is done quarterly, and I work with them on career strategy and development. Now, for the first quarter of 2023, I only have 5 slots available. So if you go to strategywithshannon.com, that's the best way to grab one of those slots. I would love to have an opportunity to work with you and help you reach your career goals. I use this actual signature process that you see on screen in order to work with clients. And so if you want to be one of those 5 people for quarter 1 of 2023, then strategywithshannon.com is the best way to do that. Now, if you're one of the people who do claim one of those 5 spots, you will be receiving these additional bonuses as well. This is only a SuccessFest offer. I don't offer this additional bonus in any other space. So if you're one of the 5 slots, these are the bonuses you'll receive. You'll get the Upgrade Your Personal Brand course. You'll also get the Kindle version of my book, and you'll also get the Career Essential Toolkit, which has a number of workbooks that you can see on the screen included in there. So strategywithshannon.com is the way to claim that bonus. All right. And then lastly, I'm just going to leave you with some thoughts. It's decision time. You have to choose your path. There's option A, where you can do it yourself, and you can expect to take a little longer to get results because you're doing it through trial and error. And sometimes that's preferable, and it's okay. You may experience some career stagnation, fear, or self-doubt. You're going to have minimal support and accountability, and you're relying solely on your resources, knowledge, and willpower. Now, when we think about the beginning of the year and we set these amazing goals and then they kind of fizzle out, right? It's because we're trying to do it ourselves. Now, the alternative, option B, is you can partner with me and empower yourself and expect to accelerate your results by leveraging my expertise. You don't have to do it alone. You can get personalized support and a personalized coaching, individualized coaching tailored to your needs. You'll also have access to specialized tools and resources to reach your goals faster. And you'll also develop an understanding of yourself so you can create a career that aligns with who you are and what you do well, because that's the most important thing. but it's up to you. This is your decision. And I know decisions can feel scary, but we must believe that we are worth the investment. And so with that, I want to leave you with a quote, because this quote is really near and dear to my heart, because I am a preacher's daughter and faith is very important to me. And I know that, decisions are scary, but we must believe in ourselves and we must believe in our worth. So Martin Luther King Jr., he has a quote that has been a guiding principle to me in times where I have to make important decisions. And he said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. So the time is now. This is that first step in faith, to take charge of your career, invest in yourself, and seize the opportunity to make your career dreams a reality. It starts with taking control of the direction you're headed and taking intentional steps towards where you want to be. So I would love to walk alongside you in this journey and help you reach your desired destination. So whether we work together or not, I am always open for connecting with people and expanding my network, because everything I teach, I actually do. And so please find me on any of these platforms. I would love to connect with you and keep in touch. So please reach out to me and let me know you saw me on SuccessFest and you wanted to connect. And I would love to get to know you very, very soon. So that is the end of this Empower Yourself to Career Success workshop. Thank you so much for joining this session. It has been an honor and a privilege to share this time and space with you and share the information that I had on my heart to give to you. And I hope you found it valuable. I hope that you found it helpful. You can always connect with me at shannondsmith.com. I hope that you take this information and go be empowered in your career and make sure that you achieve the success that you desire and deserve. So thank you so much again for joining. Bye for now.
All right, so again, it is Dr. Stephanie Wall here, and let's see who we got here with us today. Who do we have with us today, and how do you serve?
Hey, Dr. Stephanie. My name is Dr. Dave Nguyen, and I serve by I create algorithms to measure medical shapes better, so that we can create better diagnostics that are race and gender specific. And the second way I serve is I teach the public, right, about how they can talk to their lawmakers to reduce this problem called racial bias in medical AI. The solution is not going to come from scientists, right? That's the big misconception. The solution is going to come from voters, right? Because we have to pass laws that change the behavior of scientists, right, who collect data, right? That's the only way we're going to solve this problem, because it's only going to get worse. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dave, you're talking my language. I'm all about the data points, because at the end of the day, what do we look at? The data. And where does the data come? The people that get put the data, and where and who decides, and we have to help them look for the right information. Oh, I'm loving it. All right, so tell me this. How do you help the people, your clients? How do you help the people that they're tuning in? How will you help them to succeed?
Yeah, I think in talking about the importance of genetic differences in sort of race, right? Genetics is a double-edged sword, right? On one hand, there are genetic differences between races, and that affects how diseases manifest, right? We need to understand them in order to better treat, right, diseases. But it's a double-edged sword, because if you don't talk about it responsibly, right, the listener can end up feeling ashamed, right, of their genetics, right, and stereotypes and whatnot. And that will prevent them from seeking medical care. That will prevent them from participating in clinical trials and things like that. So this ends up making the data bias problem even worse. Right. And so part of what I do is I give people, I equip them with the right questions to ask and sort of the freedom, right? The freedom from being bullied by, not understanding genetics, or being afraid of the genetics being abused, right, for discriminatory purposes. And I think that's a message that I like to spread, because it's important just for to be, people but it's important to solve this problem of data bias that affects everybody, right? It's not just one particular race, right? It affects everybody. By the year 2060, 2/3 of the United States population will be people of color, right? And that means that if our AI, and the future of medicine is going to be AI, because we have too few doctors, too few nurses, right? COVID has told us what the limit of our hospital systems are, right? And COVID is still around, right? And anytime, another, RSV or a flu pops up, then we realize, right, COVID's still around because our hospitals suddenly fill up, right? So we know that our hospitals, our medical system has limited capacity, and we will deploy more and more AI to help us make predictions, right, and medical decisions. But if that AI is biased and makes wrong predictions, more people will suffer, right? And that ends up causing down the line an economic problem too. Right?
Well, wait a minute. You just, and thank you for that. You said RS. What was the
RSV? Yeah.
What's that?
It's a respiratory virus that's been affecting a lot of children, right? So a lot of children, because they've been masking up against COVID, they haven't been exposed to strains that normally would have just passed through without a major effect, right?
Okay. Well, no, this is let me I don't want you to give them all of the meat and potatoes, because I want them to tune in, because the next voice that you all will be hearing, and thank you, Dave, the next voice that you all will be hearing will be Dave's. You'll be hearing his keynote, you'll be hearing his workshop. If you tune in, just hit the button, because this is key. This information, I don't know about you, but we've been living in a world that all of the things he's talking about are relevant to how we're living right now, and how our future of not only our future, but our family, and our future of our family and the family's family, right? So tune in so you can learn more, so that when you're having conversations in your circles and outside of your circles, you have some real keys to meet, and some real authentic and some data points to share. You're not talking about what you're thinking about, you're talking about what you know and what you've heard. So tune in. The next voice you're going to hear is Dave. Dave, thank you so much. Oh, wait a minute. Dave Nugent. Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah, I say Nguyen, but
Nguyen. Oh, that's right. No, make it right. Dave Nguyen. The next voice you're going to be hearing is Dave Nguyen, and I, for one, will be tuning in. So see you in the room. All right, you all. See you there. Dave, just good stuff.
In February of 2019, Time magazine published an article entitled "Artificial Intelligence Has a Problem with Gender and Racial Bias. Here's How to Solve It." This was written by a computer scientist named Joy Buolamwini. She is a Black American and founder of the Algorithmic Justice League, which sounds very cool. In her article, she talks about how AI developed by tech giants such as IBM, Microsoft, and Amazon failed terribly at predicting gender in pictures of women and people of color. So, what is the big deal with this problem? Let's imagine that law enforcement agencies want to develop an AI that looks at live video footage and calculates the likelihood that someone is a criminal based on their face. What if this AI saw you standing in line at the bank and calculated that you are not just a criminal, but most likely a violent criminal? When it calls police, the whole SWAT team shows up. Now, would you want this to happen to you? Of course not. The same bias that makes law enforcement AI dangerous also makes medical AI dangerous. You see, medical AI predicts how much pain medication you need, how much oxygen you need, what life-saving drugs you need, and what surgical procedures you need. If it is biased, you and your loved ones will suffer more and die sooner. Hi, my name is Dr. Dave Nguyen. I'm the CEO of Brain Scanology. I'm a computational biologist, and before that, I was a cancer biologist. I got my PhD from UC Berkeley, and I invented an algorithm that can measure shapes in ways that area and volume cannot. It's called the LC-PC transform, and it's the core algorithm of Brain Scanology software. As someone who studies and creates pattern recognition algorithms, I've come to realize that The problem of racial and gender bias in data science is not in the algorithms, but in how we use the algorithms. But the main reason why I feel passionately about racial and gender bias in AI is because I grew up in a low-income family of immigrants. Life was hard, and the label of being underprivileged was an understatement. But I was fortunate to have great parents, great teachers, and great mentors. And so I'm doing my part to pass things forward. The topic of this presentation is reducing racial bias in medical artificial intelligence. There are 4 main points that I want you to walk away with. After describing them, I will discuss each in more detail so that you are equipped with the knowledge to ask the right questions. So let's begin. Point number 1. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is only as smart as the data that you feed it. If you feed it biased training data, then it makes biased predictions. Point number 2. Each race of people has genetics that affect how symptoms of disease manifest. But AI has no clue about this unless we teach it. Point number 3. Do not interpret point number 2 to mean that certain races are genetically inferior, because genetics cannot tell us that. Point number 4. You, the listener, the one who's telling yourself right now, you're not a scientist, you're not an engineer, yes, you can do something to reduce the problem of data bias by asking your local and regional lawmakers what they are doing about the problem. So now that I've outlined the 4 main points, let's dig into each. Starting with point number 1. Artificial intelligence is only as smart as the data that you feed it. You see, AI requires its creator to define something called ground truth. For example, if you want to train AI to recognize dogs versus cats, you have to give it a batch of images containing only dogs and a batch of images containing only cats. These batches of images are called ground truth categories, and it's what the AI studies to learn what is true. The same applies to training AI to detect lungs that are healthy or infected by COVID. You need to provide pictures of healthy lungs as ground truth, and then pictures of infected lungs as ground truth. But what if? What if a disease affects males differently than it does females? What if a disease causes Black people to have heart attacks, but white people to have strokes? If you train AI, right, with data only from patients who are white and male, then it will misdiagnose patients who are not white and not male. Misdiagnosis means you will suffer more and die sooner. All of this simply because of your race. So racial bias in medical AI is going to be a huge problem. AI is the future of healthcare because there aren't enough doctors and nurses out there. So if we don't do something about the problem, it's only going to get worse. Firstly, it is an ethical problem because people will be harmed. Secondly, it's a justice problem because entire groups of people will be discriminated against. And lastly, it's an economic problem because the US healthcare system is going to be flooded beyond its capacity. By the year 2060, 2/3 of the US population will be people of color. And if our best AI is racist, then it will harm the US economy with misdiagnoses that render people unable to live and work. Let's now talk about point number 2, which is that each race of people has genetics that affect how symptoms of disease manifest. But AI has no clue about this unless we teach it. For example, some people get diseases earlier in life than others. Latin Americans get dementia 8 years sooner than non-Hispanic white Americans. This means that they have 8 years fewer to plan and provide for their families before dementia kicks in and ruins their ability to feed their families. In this case, don't you think AI should be trained to detect dementia sooner in Latinx people? Take Alzheimer's disease, for example. Right, 60% of Alzheimer's patients in the US are female, but the vast majority of research participants in Alzheimer's studies are male. So not only is racial bias a problem in medical AI, so is gender bias. Is there a reason why grandma deserves better treatment or grandpa deserves better treatment than grandma? Let's now talk about point number 3, right? That is, do not interpret point number 2 to mean that certain races are genetically inferior because genetics cannot tell us that. This is a very important point I want to bring across. We know from research on identical twins that when they live in different environments, that affects their biology differently, even though they have the same DNA. We also know this from studies of animals that subjected genetically identical animals to different living conditions. Your value as a person, your intellectual potential, and your career potential are too complicated for genetics to predict in any meaningful way at the level of race. Now, some people do inherit mutations that cause disabilities, but that has little to do with the potential of an entire race of people. On this subject, actually, I'm formulating a concept called heritable non-genetic information, abbreviated as HNI, but I like to pronounce it as honey. So I can say things like, the answer to this problem lies in the honey. Okay. So HNI, or honey, is about a biological code that you inherit, just like DNA, but it's not stored in DNA. Turns out there are many biological codes that can be inherited, but they are based on 2D and 3D shapes, as opposed to sequences in DNA. So the next time someone tries to bully your race because of genetics, you can ask them about the environmental influences on genetics, and you can ask, is it really that simple, honey? Lastly, let's talk about point number 4. You, the listener, can do something to reduce the problem of data bias by asking your local and regional lawmakers what they're doing about the problem. You see, lawmakers have to deal with many problems that fight for their attention. Homelessness, the economy, fixing potholes in the road, you name it. So if you don't voice your concerns about data bias in medical AI, then they won't know that's important to you. I will explain what you can do about this problem at the community level, right, at the city and state level, and lastly, at the federal level. So you can walk away with concrete steps that you can take to help solve this problem. So what can you do at the community level? 2 things. First, you can talk to your religious community, right, and your social community about participating in medical research studies. Some studies will actually pay you for your participation, and these studies are often coordinated at nearby hospitals and medical schools. Secondly, gather people in your community and create a committee that will learn about the best practices of participating in medical research, right? Your community needs you, needs leaders to step up to learn and to teach others. And this is very intimidating because there have been abuses in the past that cause people to distrust medical research, and that's very valid. But there's too much at stake for us to resign to our fears, right? We need to collectively work together in order to prevent this major problem, right, from hitting us in the future. Now let's talk about what we can do at the city and state level. You can contact your mayor, your city council, and your state legislators. Tell them to create plans to incentivize medical schools and research centers to collect diverse patient data when they do research. These reward incentives can be in the form of tax breaks or tax exemptions. Another thing you do at the city and state level is join research advocacy organizations and attend their events. At those events, you'll meet local researchers and you can ask them questions of what they are doing, right, against data bias in their research. You see, both lawmakers and scientists need to hear a collective concern from society about this problem called data bias. If they don't hear about it, they won't do anything about it because too many things fight for their attention every day. Lastly, let's talk about what you can do at the federal level. You can contact your representative in Congress and your senator because Congress controls the annual budget of the National Institutes of Health, right? Otherwise known as the NIH, right? The NIH funds a lot of medical research at universities. Congress is able to create laws requiring the collection of diverse patient data in medical studies. Congress is able to create penalties against university labs that don't follow funding rules that come along with the grant funding, right? So at the city and state level, they can create positive incentives, right? But at the federal level, they can actually create penalties. Okay? And all of this is going to be important to cause a major change in how data is collected, the data that's used to train, medical AI. So to summarize point number 4, change needs to come from the top. Major shifts in behavior, in order for them to happen, has to come from the people who control the research funding, right? Not necessarily people who do the research, but the people who control the research funding. So now that we are at the end of this presentation, I want to reiterate the 4 main points that you should take away. 1, AI is only as smart as the data that you feed it. 2, each race of people has genetics that affect how symptoms of disease manifest. But AI has no clue unless you teach it. 3, genetics cannot determine, right, whether one race is inferior to another. So don't let people bully you into believing that. And lastly, 4, you, the listener, can do something to reduce data bias by consistently asking your local and regional lawmakers what they are doing about the growing problem. There's a phrase that I often think about, that is, awareness doesn't change anything, but nothing changes until people are aware. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to wish you a happy new year that is full of joy and success. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me via email. My address is Dave, D-A-V-E, at brainscanology.com.
Hello, my name is Dion Nally Stoddard. I am a founder of Nally Stoddard Visions, Nally Stoddard 6 Visions, LLC, and I'm a speaker of SuccessFest.
All right. Well, Dion, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're excited to have you as part of SuccessFest. Dion, now you're an entrepreneur and you started a business. What's been your biggest obstacle?
My biggest obstacle has really been me, just gonna be honest. Kind of not believing totally in myself, not having the right mindset, and then entrepreneur is just kind of different when you versus having a job. So it's just, the biggest obstacle has really been me, just gonna be honest.
Okay. So now that you've discovered that and you figured that out for yourself, what's driving you to help other people figure out the same type of thing?
I'm glad you asked that question. That's the reason why I started, because I don't want people, especially younger folks, as my targets like the youth, to really focus on themselves so they don't get into an older age and still be lost. So that's my passion based on my own trials and tribulations.
So what is it that you hope that they take away from an encounter or an experience with you that's going to help them shape their future?
Well, basically understanding the power of their mindset, how their mindset will actually, get them into what they need to be in, as far as having the right mindset for their dreams and their passions and their goals. That's my whole vision. That's where I want to go at. That's what I want to strike for. And that's my focus, always been.
So you work with a lot of young people and youth is what I'm hearing.
That is correct.
There's a saying that says the youth is 40% of our population, but 100% of our future. So what are you trying to do, or how are you trying to lay the bricks for a better future?
Well, my formula is basically, working on extracting information, execute the information that they get, and then empower others. That's my main focus for the youth. So as I give that information and they use it and they execute it, then they share with other folks. And then, as they always say back in the day, each one teach one. So that's kind of my focus.
Fantastic. Well, listen, we're excited that you're going to be a part of SuccessFest, and we look forward to hearing your full slate of information. And I know everybody's going to be excited to meet you and have an experience with you. So thanks again.
Thank you.
My life sucks. I don't make a lot of money. I don't like my job. My friends and family are doing so much better than me on social media. How do you see yourself? How do you talk to yourself? Everyone has overcome obstacles, problems, issues. We all taught to do things for others, which is great. But when do you take that time to do for yourself? Do you like what you see when you look in the mirror? Are you comparing yourself to other people? Are you comparing yourself to social media? When we know most of that is fake and not real. Do you feel like you're enough? How do you see yourself? And how do you talk to yourself? Hey, come a little closer. I'm gonna tell you a little story. Being in the military as an Army combat veteran of 25 plus years, I never took the time to really look in the mirror and really see myself. Now, of course, I brushed my teeth, I washed my face, I shaved. Well, I used to shave, as you see, it's kind of different now. But it was like a robot. It was like second nature. It was just automatic. I didn't have to think about it. Well, when I was preparing for my day or the night, I never took time to notice the freckles that's all on my face. I never took time to look at the gray rings around the brown eyes that I have. I never noticed the 2 scars on my left eyelid. Also, I forgot to mention, I never noticed indentation in the middle of my forehead. And I know you're asking me, what's the reason I'm telling you all this, right? Why are you telling me the freckles, the indentation? I'm telling you because most of us are not present when we look in the mirror. Why? Because we normally rushing, we normally busy or distracted by things that's really not that important. And you got to hurry up, get to work. You got to hurry do things for the family. You got to hurry do things for your significant other. You got to do this, you got to do it. You're just constantly moving and moving, but not present to see who you are. Now, I have a question. How old were you when you first noticed something on your body? Something like a birthmark, a scar. Were you in your teens, your 20s, 30s? Just how old were you till you realized, like, I did not notice it was on my body? Now, how do you see yourself? Or a better question, how do you really see yourself, if you see yourself at all? Because a lot of people go past the mirror, look at the mirror, but they're not actually looking at themselves. Now, remember, the mind does not know the difference between something that looks good and something that looks bad. It only knows what you tell it. So just as you take that time to feed your stomach, you got to feed your mind too. So a quote, just something so you can think about, just food for thought, okay? Whether you think you can or if you think you cannot, you're right. And that's by Henry Ford. Now, I gave you some problems, and it'll only be right if I give you solutions about these problems, right? So here's some things that I do that you can use for yourself as well. Now, Miss Lisa Nichols, she has what you call the mirror work, okay? So in this mirror work, you actually take yourself, get in front of the mirror, all right? Now you got to get in the front of the mirror. This is going to be the main part of the work, all right? Now this is a simple but hard task. The only reason it's hard if you don't do it, all right? So you would say to yourself like this, Dion, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for joining SuccessFest. And you would do that with 7 things. Then you would say, Dion, I forgive you for not doing some things you should have did early in your lifehood. And you do that 7 times. And then you go, Dion, today I commit to you to being the best version that I could be in my life. And you do that. Now, you might not do it every day. You might start off with a day a week or a couple of times a week, but ultimately, you want to do it every day because you have to speak the life into your existence. You have to be present for yourself. You have to do these things for you to get to that next level of success that you deem success is. Because success is not a one-size-to-fit-all. It depends on the individual. So you have to think about it. When you get up and you look in the mirror, you got to ask yourself, how much do I love me? Because embracing yourself in the mirror is not only powerful, but it's necessity. It is mandatory every day, no exceptions. The only competition you have is yourself. Never compare yourself to any social media. And remember, no matter what you're going through, you are always enough. I'm going to say that one more time again. No matter what you are going through, you are always enough, no matter what it is. Now, I need y'all to come on and join my community, okay? Check me out at www.ns6, the number 6 vision, visions.com. And the first 100 people that join the community, you get a free ebook about mindset. I can also be found on all social media platforms at NS6, the number 6 visions, VISIONS, on all social media platforms. So, hey, I see all y'all later. And enjoy the day that you deserve. Only you know what that is. Catch y'all later.
Hello, hello, beautiful people. I am Lavi Pittman, and I'm here to share with you. I thank you so much, first of all. So grateful and honored that you have chosen to spend your valuable time with me as I share the power of activating your wealth gene. So the power of activating your wealth gene. Okay, so before I get started, I wanted to pose a few questions to you. So first question is, did you know that over the past year, there have been 2.5 million millionaires created in the United States? 2.5 million millionaires created in the United States. There were a total of maybe 234 billionaires that have been created as well, right? But for the sake of time and purpose, let's focus on the millionaires, right? So millionaire status, meaning anyone that has the financial net worth of $1 million or more, right? So say you have your liabilities, you have your assets minus your liabilities, and what you have left is your net worth. So anything that is $1 million or more is the millionaire, right? So of those millionaires, 88% were self-made. 88% of those millionaires were self-made. So let's round it up to 90%, meaning the other 10% inherited their wealth. So it was either gifted to them, it was granted to them. It wasn't necessarily earned, created, innovated, invested as the others. So over time, they were able to accumulate wealth and hit the millionaire plus status. Okay, that's the first piece. When you think of millionaires or billionaires, we usually think of what? We think of money, we think of riches, we think of power, freedom, success. Those are mainly, I think, a lot of the things that we think of. We don't always necessarily think of wealth. Yet wealth is the key component that drives sustainable, transferable prosperity and abundance. So I want to repeat that. Sometimes I'll repeat things. I want to make sure that you get it and you don't miss it. So wealth is the key element that drives sustainable, transferable prosperity and abundance. So everything we're focusing on here is about wealth building. Okay. my next and final question to you is, how would you define wealth? And what makes one wealthy? Would you consider yourself as wealthy, like right now, today? What's your definition of wealth, and do you feel that you are wealthy? All right, so let's go ahead and delve into why we're here. The power of activating that wealth gene. The power of activating your wealth gene. So the wealth gene is considered as a part of our human genetic makeup. And there are a few studies that I've kind of gone over and researched that kind of give definitions of this. So the wealth gene is considered a part of our human genetic makeup that has the ability to generate abundance and prosperity, right? Let me share with you a few kind of a summary of cultivated ideas that I found in a few of the articles, just to kind of get us all on the same page of what society says and who we really are in relation to being wealthy individuals. So the first is an emerging field known as genoeconomics. Genoeconomics. It combines the study of genetics and economics, which indicates that your DNA may partly predict your ability to make smart financial decisions and thus accumulate wealth over your lifetime. So this is saying your DNA is directly connected to your ability to make the financial decisions and accumulate wealth. That's one. I have four here, just four little snippets. The second, does genetics play a role in wealth? So a series of genetic studies that have revealed the decisive role that genetics actually plays, a key role in your health, your wealth, and your happiness. So this wealth gene is actually a thing. It's a real thing. The third article that I kind of found was interesting was the research has shown that many social and economic outcomes, so socioeconomic status, are moderately inheritable, suggesting that they're linked to a certain collection of genes. So there's a tie-in here. And then the last one, this is a little scientific, but I'm a biologist by nature, by study, should I say. The information of the DNA is stored as a code made up of 4 chemical bases, and not so much that you have to pay attention to the specific bases, but there are things biologically researched and declared that make up this DNA helical structure. So adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. Human DNA consists of about 3 billion bases. So we're made up of all of this DNA, 3 billion bases. And more than 99%, this is the part that I found interesting, more than 99% of those bases are the same in all people. So there you have it. We're all the same. I have a wealth gene. You have a wealth gene. God, our creator, our source, our infinite intelligence, has created us all with a wealth gene, right? So good people, we were designed to be wealthy. We were designed to be wealthy. And I'm going to take it a next step a little further for clarity. So you, the whole you, the holistic you are the walking wealth gene. You are that thing. You are the walking wealth gene. Okay, so just kind of thinking about what has happened in society through life experiences, environments, indoctrination, the whole thing about indoctrination, which is teaching people to accept and conform to a certain set of beliefs, has kind of hindered our ability to fully engage our wealth gene, which is ourselves, into creative action, and has pretty much been snuffed out like a light. So let me give you an example. So say you have the light, right? This is your light. You are the light. So you're letting your light like so shine before men so they can see your good works and glorify our Father in heaven, right? So letting your light so shine. Then you have, while your light is shining, you have what comes over, which is a lamp, which is the world, pretty much. And it comes over with all of its experiences and, as we mentioned, indoctrination and beliefs and structure systems. And it comes over, and then more and more it gets over your light, it begins to dim your light until it's pretty much like just snuffed out completely, right? And that's pretty much what has happened to us, demonstrating, exemplifying our wealth gene. So I'm here to help you do two things. One, the first is to activate your wealth gene. And I can take you through step by step how to do that. And then part two is how to crack the wealth code. First, we activate our wealth gene. Secondly, we crack the wealth code, right? You deserve, good people, all these things, because this really is who you are. So you really have been created. You've been created to be of affluence. So you use your affluence for influence, right? You're created to make money, make income, to use your income for impact, right? And then you're created to be prosperous. So to use your prosperity for purpose. So affluence for influence, income for impact, and prosperity for purpose. Okay. This is your God-given birthright. So we need to tap into that. And I want to show you how to do that. So all the gifts and talents that we've been purposed with, that we have dominion, that I show you how to kind of navigate back there, is more or less of us remembering who we are, knowing who we are. And that all takes place starting with the 4 pillars. So we're all familiar with mental, spiritual, physical, and financial. All of these pillars, each of these pillars, interdependently build on each other for us to become, and to fortify our foundations of long-term wealth. So the mental is really important. I delve into that, specifically how we do that, how we grow that, practice and implement that. I go over the spiritual portion of it, give you certain examples, how we can have practices to help develop that. Then we have our physical, and then we also have our financial. Lastly is our financial. Okay, so I want to share that with you. There's a part 2 that comes as a result of learning and practicing the part 1. The second part is cracking the wealth code. And this encompasses everything that I will share with you, that I will teach you in the part 1, right? So part 2 is to teach you how to demonstrate the practical application of the financial aptitude of information that I too will teach you, right? And then show you how to take that financial aptitude and invest in various income vehicles, money-making vehicles for compounded rates of return. And I'll give you specific examples and how to do that. It's through real estate, it's through the stock market, it's through investing in income-producing businesses. And I can just show you how to really just expedite that thing. So first, we need to remember who we are, create, fortify those 4 pillars. And then once we have those and we're clear about that, that leads over to actually implementing those things into building our financial futures. Okay, so I just want everyone to realize that we do have the ability to exemplify who we are and demonstrate our dominion here on the earth. We just have to tap into it. So I thank you so much for your time. I'm so grateful that you decided to share this time with me. And I look forward to teaching and sharing a little bit more with you. You can always go to my IG, which is Lavi Pittman. So my IG, my Facebook, and my LinkedIn is Lavi Pittman. You can go there, click on a link. I have an upcoming complimentary masterclass that will take you through both activating your wealth gene, as well as cracking the wealth code. I'd love to invite you to attend that as well. So thank you so much for your time. Love, peace, and prosperity to you. Thank you.
Donald, can you hear me?
I hear you now.
All right, very good, very good. First off, welcome and to being a part of what we're doing here with Black CEO and SuccessFest 23. It's going to be an amazing event, an amazing conference where we're going to have tremendous speakers being able to share their stories and talk about, how they make differences in the world. So with that said, I want you, first off, I need you to say your name.
Donald L. Dowridge Jr.
All right, got you. And Donald, in less than a minute, tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me about your backstory. Tell me what makes Donald who he is.
Backstory, I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland. I've been living here in Tampa, Florida since 1974. I come out of very harsh, tormented childhood. I eventually joined the military, the U.S. Army. From the U.S. Army, I joined the post office here in Tampa, and I became the first Black manager of a department here in Tampa. And believe it or not, upon being invited to speak to my son's school in fifth grade, I didn't know, but that was the start of a new chapter in my life that has been going on since November the 22nd, 1996. Officially, but unofficially, January 1, 1992. So that puts me at 30 years as a motivational guru, speaker, MC. And since then, the company has more or less sprung off. So now, February will be 14 years of me traveling the country as Frederick Douglass. I am in the midst of 12 years of traveling the county as Santa Claus. And I have been voted by the local newspaper here, and let me make it clear, the white newspaper here as the best African-American Santa Claus that they've ever seen. So what I've done, instead of being called Santa Claus, I've taken a cue from Soul Train. So when I offer my service, people know me as Soul Santa.
All right.
So yeah. So when I go out to do my Santa, I bring the party with me.
Okay. Let me stop you, Donald, because I got to get a couple questions in here.
Okay.
I want to make sure we get clear answers. And so no, that's great. There's a lot there. Let me ask, what's been the biggest obstacle that you've overcome? I know you probably touched on it a little bit earlier, but elaborate on that.
The biggest obstacle that I've had to overcome in my life is making that move from negative street to positive avenue. I had been on negative for so many years in reference to my life, in reference to myself, and all that was breeded in me, coming through. And that was the life that I was living. But fortunately and thankfully, I was connected up with some great people who saw in me what I didn't see in myself. And just to take an adjective from my great grandmother, who said many years ago that I had been through hell, but God got a big plan for me. I didn't know what the plan was, but I can see the plan now. And so just making that change, that was one of the biggest obstacles that I had to overcome.
Okay. Got a couple more quick questions to ask you. Why do you choose to help others become successful?
I choose others to help. I choose to help others because of the fact that, believe it or not, somebody chose to help me. And even greater than that, I made a promise to God on November the 22nd, 1996, whatever he want me to do until he called my name, I would do it. And this is what I am strongly believing that he has called me to do, my purpose, my passion, my love. So it's always ending with a question, who can I help next?
There you go. That resonates greatly with me, and for a multitude of reasons, but we'll talk about that at another point in time. Next
Yes, sir.
question. What is your biggest hope
for those that you're called to serve?
My biggest hope for those that I'm called to serve is, like I told a group today that I spoke with of young men, is that, I hope for them that they will eventually spring forward, off of their negativity, off of their pessimistic, and spring forward into a life of optimistic views, optimistic chances, optimistic opportunities, and optimistic doors opening that will let them be able to manifest their life, hopefully when they get to this age that I am at 66, and they can say, like, you know what, look back, I've done something great with my life. And like I tell anybody, you don't have to be a TV star. You don't have to be in the newspaper. You could be somebody that is not known, but you are successful in your own right, meaning successful dad, job, or entrepreneur, one of those things, but long as you're not in the system. And that is a curse among us Black men, to try to weave our way around the system that is trying to take us out. But first, in order to cut that, we got to understand who we are so we don't take ourselves out. So that is my plan, and that's the I guess the gift, if you will, that I try to leave with everybody.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, and we're going to do this in a minute or less. How do you plan on making the world a better place? I know you just touched on some of that.
Well, my brother, each day that God allowed me to get out of bed, to open these eyes of mine, the intention is, before I get back in that bed at night, to be able to go out and make a difference in people's lives, make a difference more so in younger people's lives, so that they can see that there is a path, though the path may not be straight, but there is a path that leads up the ladder, if you will, to success, past success, to pinnacle, and not only that, to altitude.
All right, love it. I got you. Let me do this. I'm going to stop this recording.
Oprah says, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. Allow me at this moment to change the wording. You are a winner. You are a winner. And I'll say it again. And you are a winner. And that simply spells what you already know and what you already are, a winner. My name is Donald L. Dowers Jr., motivational guru. And as you're watching me, I just like to say hello, and I hope you will enjoy this fantastic dynamite presentation of motivating you. Listen, all I would like to do right now is bring out, or attempt to bring out, the WINN in you. We all suffer some sort of setback in our lifetime. And yes, we've all failed at certain undertakings. But do that mean that we are failures? By no means. It does not mean that we are a failure. Myself, having suffered extreme setbacks, tumbling down to my what? Financial end. To no sense. Yes, I got to the point where there was no sense of moving forward, so I thought. Walking with my head down and discombobulated, truly in thought. Out of nowhere, he showed up. Yes, he was intoxicated. And yes, he had an awful smell. But he got close enough to me that he could whisper in my right ear. Quite naturally, as he got closer, my eardrums, the volume went up. And as the volume went up and he came in with a low voice, he whispered, "Don't give up." He said it again, "Don't give up." And then he gave me a little speech. God is not done with you yet. You still have work to do, and people are waiting on YOU. And after he said that short spell, he just disappeared. If he walked in my sight today, I would not know who he was. But just that little piece of wording that he laid on my eardrums that went down into my soul and went to my brain, and it came back down and tagged my heart. That seemed like the motivation I needed at that time. Yes, how many of you all ever had that little epiphany to be popped into you, and all of a sudden you're back off to the races? And I was back off to the races, and I realized I am a WINNER. Ladies and gentlemen, you are a WINNER. As I continue moving forward, let's break down the word winner. WINNER. The W stands for to wade through your distractions. We all have distractions. Matter of fact, today I must have had about 15 distractions coming in every way. And I had to weave and I had to bob and I had to stay focused in order to get to the moment at hand. Because if I wouldn't have, I would allow all those distractions to take me out of where I'm supposed to be going to reach the ultimate goal. So ladies and gentlemen, you know that distractions are coming every day. But stay focused, stay mindful of where you're going, where you're heading. And guess what? Make sure you make the dash to get there on time. Make sure you make the dash so that you can arrive. Make sure you make the dash so you can what? Satisfy the goals that you plan for you and that they are successfully at hand and completed. The I, individual. Trust me, as an individual one, trust me, when we came into this world, we came in one. Trust me, when we leave this world, we will leave this world one. Trust me, we live with ourselves 24 hours a day. Yes, we might have children, we might have spouse, we might have companions, but you know, at the end of the day, it still falls on the individual, which is you. So when I say the individual, right, it's all about you. Don't be afraid to say, it's all about me. It's nothing about being egotistical. It's not anything to do with being bourgeois. It's all about the fact that, guess what? You are somebody and you were created to be somebody. So stand tall and know who you are. And yes, you are a winner. Neutral. Know your place of comfort. Use that place of comfort to excel and to propel you forward. That's right. We all got a comfort zone. Use that. Let me back up. We all got a comfort zone, but don't get lost in the comfort zone, because the comfort zone can overwhelm you if you're not on your guard. So use that comfort zone to, again, excel you and propel you to your next destination. And notice, which is the next N in the word of winner, we use the 180-degree eye span that I call it. You know it better as peripheral vision, to notice the extremes of your surroundings. Be on notice. You know, some people drive like they got blinders on. Yes, they can't see anything but what's in front of them. But notice what's around you, because noticing what's around you can avoid the accident, can avoid the what? The mix-up, can avoid getting into a whirlwind that, hey, it might have turned out to be, or it could turn out to be, if I woulda, shoulda, coulda. Moving on, the E, express. Use your voice. Express. Break up the passiveness. Express and be heard. Be heard, sound off, let the world know that you have arrived. So express. And lastly, re-give. Once landing constructively on your successful pinnacle, play it forward with inspiring others. Play it forward. Am I my brother's keeper? Play it forward. Lend a helping hand. Am I my sister's keeper? Hey, give a hug sometime. Can I help you out today? How can I be a friend? That's all tied into making the world a better place. And as I come to my close, in reference to the power of being a winner, ladies and gentlemen, always take a moment to check in with you. You know, as you see the turtle walking, and if you approach the turtle puts his head in his shell. Sometimes we have to put our head in our shell, and our shell is the body that we have, to find out the exact zones and avenues and streets that we should be traveling down at any time. Because you already know, life is short, and there's enough confusion going on. Ball of confusion going on in the world. And if you get caught up in that ball of confusion, it can definitely take you out of your winner circle. I said earlier, we fail at certain tasks, but that does not put the stamp on us that we're failures. We are powerful people. You are a powerful people. And like I said, you are a winner. You are a winner. You are a winner. And just keep that winner's attitude. The next time you get a chance to look you in the mirror, tell yourself, I am a winner. I am successful. I have success, self-esteem. I can go far. I wake up every day ready and gearing to go. And you never stop. That's right. Don't stop. Please don't stop. Because you got what it takes. And like my good friend, my mentor, Mr. Les Brown would say, you've got to be hungry. Not for food, but you've got to be hungry. And please, 2023, make it your best. Start it out on January 1st and don't stop until December 31st. Take a look back and see what you've done, all the great things that you've done in your year, 365 days of it. And with that, remember, check in with yourself, winner, right there within YOU. Understand yourself, your meaningful self, that self, S-E-L-F, strong elevation, leaning forward. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my name is Donald L. Dowery Jr., and it's been a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And I hope you have some great takeaways, and I hope you experience a very healthy, prosperous, joyous 2023. Thank you.
Good teams become great when the players learn to trust each other enough to replace me with we. Hi, I'm Velton Shaw, and I am the founder and chief strategist at Leadership Dynamics International, where we work with people just like you to teach you and to help you create a culture of champions in your organization. But what do we mean by that? A culture of champions means a dynasty, something special, where people feel celebrated, not tolerated. And because they feel celebrated and they know that they're going to get the accolades that they really want, they're willing to go the extra mile for them, the team, and for you as their leader. The quote that I used was a quote by the infamous basketball coach, Phil Jackson. And he said, good teams become great when the players learn to trust each other enough to replace me with we. That means I'm willing to put my own personal agenda aside because it's more important that we as a unit, we as a team succeed. Let me let you in on a little secret. There's only one thing that people value on the same level as monetary compensation. What is that? That's winning. Everybody wants to be a winner or to associate with a winner. So if you can create an environment as the coach, as the leader, as the person in charge, where people feel as though their contributions are valued and important to the success of the unit. And because the unit wins, they win. Because the unit is successful, they're successful. Because you, as the leader, are recognizing their contribution on a consistent basis. So, Velton, how do I do that? How do I go about making sure that my people feel that as though they are celebrated, not tolerated, their contributions are recognized, and they are important to the success of the team? Back in the 80s, there was a gentleman named Tom Peters. He wrote a book called In Search of Excellence. He wrote a sequel to that book called A Passion for Excellence. And there was a concept in that book that I loved. And the concept was management by walking around. Management by walking around. That means that you, as the leader, have to walk around the operation. Now, we're in the 21st century. We're in 2023. And it's not always that you're going to be walking around a physical environment, because we are either on Zoom, we are either on Microsoft Teams, or we have people that are part of our team that are not in the same building, in the same city, in the same country, or even the same state or country, I guess I should say. But we need to make sure that they feel connected to the team. I ran a sales office years ago out in the Midwest in Omaha, Nebraska. But I had salespeople that were not in the Midwest. I had a salesperson that was on the West Coast. I had a salesperson that was in the southern part of the country. And I had a salesperson that was in the Northeast. But I needed to make sure that they felt as though they were a part of the team and were connected. So what we had to do was figure out how to make sure that their contributions were recognized. Now, I had people in the same building, on the same site. There are two things that we did. One is we had what we call a virtual happy hour, where every Friday afternoon at 4:00, everybody would get on Zoom, where no matter where they were. Now, we couldn't drink in the building. We couldn't have adult beverages, but we could simulate having fun or adult beverages or whatever. But we played games, we laughed, we had a good time. It was a team building exercise. And because we were on Zoom, the people that were in the satellite locations were able to participate with us. It allowed them to feel included. It allowed them to feel as though they were a part of the team. Secondly, we made sure that we called them, or I called them, at least 3 times a week. And they were not calls to check in on their productivity necessarily. We did talk about their productivity, but we talked about what was important to them. What were the difficulties that they were experiencing, whether it was work-related or in another form. I wanted to understand what was going on in their mind, how we could help them achieve the things that they were looking to achieve versus just worrying about the things that we were concerned with. For the people that were in the building, we made it a point to walk around every day. And we walked around looking for people that were doing things that were exemplary, over the top, outstanding. In his book, Tom Peters talked about looking for people that were thinking outside the box. Think that people that were striving for excellence and making a big thing about it, making sure that everybody heard you give them accolades, give them kudos for what they were doing. And the reason we did that is we were trying to create an environment where people understood that to be recognized, you had to do something spectacular. You had to do something great. We never recognized or had any kind of consultation with anybody doing anything negative. Those were behind closed doors. It was only things that were positive that we talked to people about in public. Let me tell you, it's contagious, because what started happening is people were making a point of going the extra mile because everybody wants to be recognized. Everybody wants to be patted on the back. I know I do, and I know you do too. Everybody wants somebody to make them feel good. So what we were creating was a culture where people understood that they were going to be celebrated if they went the extra mile. Second part of that is we made it a point to stop by or call and just listen. Everybody wants to be heard. There's a saying that says, listen like your life depended on it, because it does. And as a leader, you have to listen. If, as a leader, let me let you know a little secret. If you're not willing to listen to the people around you, soon you'll have people who have nothing to say. Not a good thing. You want people to talk to you. You want people to give you information. How do you improve upon a situation if you are less informed than the people that are dealing with it every day? So listen like your life depended on it, but ask a few open-ended questions and then be quiet. Let them tell you what's on their mind. Let them give you their opinion of how to solve the situation. Next point. Accentuate the positive. When we talked about giving people accolades for what they're doing, but accentuating the positive means once there's something positive, blow it up. Make it the point of the day. Make it the most important thing that you can communicate at that minute. It's a positive boom. It could be something simple as, thank you for what you just did. Hey guys, we just hit a new milestone. Hey guys, we just did something that I never thought we could do. And it could be something very, very small. But again, we're building that energy. We're building that camaraderie. We're building that confidence. Let me let you in on a little secret, because a lot of you are entrepreneurs, small business owners, and you're saying, well, that's great in corporate America, but I only have a small business. I don't have any people on my team. Some of you have subcontractors, 1099 people that work with you. They're your team members. They need to feel as though they're appreciated. They need to know that you understand what they deal with to deliver the results that you're looking for. And if you recognize them, they will go that much further for you. We're creating a culture, an environment that is going to take us from here to here on an express train. But we got to make sure that we recognize it when it happens. The last thing I'm going to say to you as a leader, and I think this is extremely important, search for the answers. The tough answers. Don't make assumptions. Many times, because we are moving fast, we're trying to get things done, we make assumptions. We say, hey, I think this is the answer. Search for the answers. Search for the details. The devil is in the details. You got to get to the root. Search for the answers. Take the extra time to find out what the truth is, because I can guarantee you it's more expedient than making a mistake based on an assumption and having to come back and correct it. And when you search for the answers, you don't make assumptions, the people around you will respect you that much more. What are we doing here? We're creating a culture. And creating a culture takes time, and it takes you being very, very focused. There's no magic. There's no hocus pocus. It's not about your focus. It's all about your focus. Excuse me. Focus on the details. Now, we're creating a culture of champions, and that's what I do. That's what I work with people just like you to do and develop. We have a community called the Culture of Champions, and we invite you to join us at the Culture of Champions, where we discuss those details that take us from good to great or average to outstanding. So go to cultureofchampions.world and come on over and see us. We have a heartbeat community, and we have a Culture of Champions community. My name is Velton Showell. Thanks for your time. I know there is a superstar in each and every one of you. And each and every one of you, I'll see you at the In this amazing world of all, we're all chasing success. We all want to be the best. We all want to have more than everybody else. Hi, I'm Velton Showell. And today we're going to talk about something that I call the success quotient, because we're all chasing that same thing. We want to be the most successful person that we could possibly be. We want to change the world. We want to change everything. But Gandhi said this: if you want to change the world, you must first begin by changing yourself. So what we're going to explore today is how we can look internally first before we start to look externally at the people around us. I was a director of sales and marketing in a leadership role for over 20 years. And many, many days I had an operation that I had to go in and try to motivate, encourage, inspire, and direct people to do great things, exemplary things, to push the envelope, to seek where they maybe have never thought they could seek before. But somebody said something to me one day that stuck with me, and I want to share it with you. They said, when you get out of your car and walk in that door, no matter whether it's a Fortune 100 company or it's just your small business, because we have a lot of small business owners out there, you're on stage. Everybody takes their direction, their thought, their motivation from you. So how do you show up? I had a boss many years ago, and he had a saying that he would challenge us every day. And he would say to us, the only thing I ask of you is not just to show up every day, because showing up is easy. But I want you to show up with your best self. Think about that for a minute. I want you to show up with your best self. That's not easy, because some days you get up in the morning and you might have had a difficult morning. If you have children, small children, the children may have antagonized you in the morning. They may have set your morning off on a bad foot. If you're married and you have a spouse or a significant other, your spouse or significant other either could have underwhelmed you with their morning ritual or what they decided to do that day, or the help with the children. It could be a small thing like driving to work in the morning and somebody cuts you off. Many of us know that with those of us who are commuters who don't work from home, is we got a journey to get to the office and somebody cut us off. Somebody made it difficult for us. Traffic was absolutely ridiculous today. It sets the tone for the rest of the day. But the question is, can you overcome that to show up with your best self? What I've developed is what I call the success quotient. And I'm going to share this PowerPoint presentation with you so that you understand what success is all about and how to, number one, look internally at yourself and determine whether or not you're showing up every day with your best self. But here's the magic. You can share this with the people that you've been entrusted to lead, and you can share this with your accountability partner to help keep you centered and focused. So give me a second. Let me fire up the PowerPoint presentation so that we can get on the road to the success quotient. Okay, very good. Give me 1 second here. Just want to make sure that we do this the right way. Okay. The real question is, when you show up, are you showing up consistently in the same vein? Are you showing up every day consistently at the top of your game? As I said before, there are many different variables that happen, things that arise that take you out of your normal stature. They take you away from how you're used to showing up. And you question, or other people also question, whether or not the habits that you have are consistent. Are you consistently the best that you can be? Are you consistently that person that we admire, that we look up to, that we want to follow? Consistency makes good performance great performance. So the question again is, how do you show up every day? How have you shown up for the last project that you were working on? How did you show up for the last meeting that you were a part of? Were you the epitome of excellence? Or did you show up with the case of the big head? What's the big head, Velton? The big head is that person who shows up thinking that their body of work is bigger than it really is. Their opinion of themselves dwarfs their productivity or their actual body of work. So the question is, do you have the big head, or do you get back down into the trenches and deliver what people need versus what you think you've already done? If you're a small business owner, this is for you. Bad companies waste resources because they have a bad culture. If you're in a major corporation, major corporations waste resources because they have a bad culture. What do you mean? Bad culture, it means that people don't value the resources that the company has or provides for them because they have a bad culture. They have that I don't care attitude, that this is too much for me. The heck with them. They don't value me, so I'm not going to value them. But great companies maximize their resources because they have a great culture. And you know that if you don't, I'm going to tell you, I believe in creating a culture of champions where people feel celebrated, not tolerated, where excellence is on the menu and anything less than that is an appetizer. but we are going to get the entree of excellence. So great companies have that kind of culture where people are striving to, as a team, to be the best that they can be. You've heard me quote Phil Jackson before, the former coach of the world champion Chicago Bulls and the world champion Los Angeles Lakers, where he said, good teams become great when the players learn to trust each other enough to replace me with we. Are you creating that kind of culture? Are you creating that kind of example in your organization? So here's what we talk about. Resources with no results or minus results is a culture deficit. If you've got the resources, but the environment or the culture does not allow you to produce the results, it's a cultural deficit. You need to fix the culture in your organization. Conversely, resources with the right culture produces great results. Culture is the linchpin or the key element to the results that you're looking for, where people know that they're a part of the success of the team. They're valued. You make sure that they consistently, on a regular basis, hear from you how important they are to the success of the organization. And you're creating that environment. You're creating that energy where everybody wants to be a winner. It's a winning culture. That's what you're creating. That's what we're looking for. That's where we're headed. Doesn't matter the size of the company. It could be a big company. It could be a small company. Every company has a culture. The question is, what kind of culture, as the leader, are you creating? So let's look at patterns or trends over the last 7 days. Now, I know it's January 1st, 2nd or 3rd. And so we're looking at a new year. But the question is, at the height of your busy season, take a snapshot of 7 days. How did you show up? How was your team performing in that 7-day window? How did they do what needed to be done? What were the trends? Because 7 days will show you just it's a trend. You're looking for trends. Are you going up? Are you going down? Are you flat? We want to know what it is we're focused on. Okay? The question to you as the leader, first and foremost, is how have you shown up in that 7-day window? Whether it was last month, last week, last year. How did you show up? Take a 7-day snapshot of how you showed up for your team. Have you performed at the top or the height of your ability for the last project? Did you give it everything you had? Or did you hold back? Was there more you could have done and you just didn't do it? Or did you give it your all, put your mind, body, and soul into it? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves if we're willing or we are thinking about asking these same questions of other people. Did you give it your all to develop systems? You know, one thing is, it's one thing for us to solve a problem or put a Band-Aid on something. It's another thing for us to come up against an issue or a problem and for us to develop a system that ensures the fact that we don't run into this same issue or problem again in the same environment. We are moving forward. We're not the hamster on the wheel coming up against the same problem over and over and over again because we handled it, but we didn't fix it. So did we create a system that allows us to fix that problem? Here's the question. Did you settle for good, or did you just check the box? Sometimes we get so busy. We got so much on our plates. We got so much to do. If we can check the box on something, we're going to check it and move on. Sometimes checking the box comes back to bite us in the butt. Think about this. When you were in school, you got grades, A, B, C, D. You get a C. And most of the time when you got a C, it's because you just checked the box. But when it came time for graduation, class rank, those people who just checked the box at the C level were at the lower end of the rank. They weren't the valedictorian or the sigma cum laude, none of that. They were not magna cum laude, sigma cum laude. They were thank the laude. They just made it under the box, under the radar. They just checked the box. In business, if you're going to go 7, 8, 9 figures, you can't just check the box. Those people that are just checking the box are just making it, just getting by. And many of them, when tough times arise, they go out of business. So what kind of energy did you devote? Do you show up to these projects? Do you come in like a breath of fresh air, high energy, high commitment, high performance? Or do you just show up? Do you develop systems and ideas, and are you innovative and creative to solve problems, to move the envelope, to push things forward? Steve Jobs wrote a poem called Here's to the Crazy Ones, the crazy people who they see things differently. The crazy people are the ones who think that they can change the world, and because they think they can, they do. Are you willing to think like a crazy person when it comes to being excellent when other people are just checking the box? That's energy. That's the commitment that you have to have. That's the energy level that you have to be the best. There's a big difference between average and just failing. But more importantly, the difference between failing and average has nothing to do on the energy level that it takes to be the best. Are you striving to be the best, or are you just going to get in where you fit in? I don't know about you. I've never wanted to get in where I fit in. I have always wanted to be better than average. Think about this. Whether you're an athlete, whether you're an actor, whether you're a dancer, no matter what, whether you're a CEO or an entrepreneur, whatever it is, average is over. Those people who are average fall by the wayside. Those people who strive for excellence and being outstanding are in it for the long run. They're going to be there when everything else is over. I want to see each and every one of you over the top. I want to see each of you with peak levels of performance, going for the gusto, going for 7 figures this year, 8 figures next year, 9 figures the year after that, and happiness for you and everybody involved in your organizations. But you got to shoot for peak levels. You got to shoot for the moon. Les Brown says, if shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars. Are you willing to do what other people won't so that tomorrow you can have the things that other people can't? Think about that for a minute, because I think it's something of value for you. Understand that the enemy of great work is good work. It's the difference between average and outstanding. Some people will settle for good because they're not willing to go for great. Sometimes you have to give up the good to go for the great. But it takes commitment. It takes you doing the things that other people won't do because they're willing to settle for good. I want to make sure that you go for great. I want to make sure that you achieve great. That's why I'm here today talking to you about your success quotient. So there are three things in the success quotient that we're going to talk about. One is initiative. Initiative, action to change things. It's easy for us to want to do something. It's difficult for us to be proactive. Initiative means you got to be proactive. You got to be able to be willing to jump ahead and do something when other people may just be sitting there going, it's okay. Motivation. Motivation comes from within. You have to be self-motivated because when the difficult times come, my words mean nothing. If you don't have that internal desire and belief that you can be successful, it's not going to work because you're going to find the first and easiest excuse to do something different. You got to be self-directed. You're going to sometimes go down the wrong road. Sometimes you're going to have to pull yourself back. Sometimes you're going to know you're going to be a little indecisive, but you got to stay the course. You got to be self-directed. One of my favorite sayings was in the Disney movie, Alice in Wonderland. Alice goes down the road and she comes to the fork in the road. And at the fork in the road, there's a big tree. And in the tree, there's a Cheshire cat. And the Cheshire cat looks down at Alice, and Alice looks up at the Cheshire cat and says, which way should I go? She can go to the left, or she can go to the right. The Cheshire cat looks down at Alice and says, well, where are you trying to get to? Alice looks in perplexed and says, well, I don't know. And the Cheshire cat's response is, well, any road will do. As the CEO of your organization, as the leader who's been entrusted with the success of your organization, you've got to know. You've got to be self-directed. You've got to be willing to take on the challenge and make a decision. Not all decisions are perfect, but you can perfect any decision that might be off target by redirecting it as long as you're self-directed. You got to be a self-starter. You don't have to be good. You don't have to be great when you start, but you got to start to be great. You got to start. Zig Ziglar was right. You don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. Are you willing to start? Are you willing to take a chance? Are you willing to jump out there when other people may be sitting there pondering, pontificating when they're going to start? Get started. I can guarantee you it'll make a difference in your life. The second part of this, what I call success quotient, we talked about initiative. The second part is effort. You can have all the initiative in the world to get started, but how much effort do you put into something that you start? Trevor Otts and I talk all the time. And one of the things that I love about what Trevor says is he says, we don't work with results on investment. You know, many years in corporate America, I heard ROI, return on investment, return on investment. We got to get a return on what we invest. And Trevor, when I met Trevor and I talked, we said, in his world, it's return on finish. So to get a return on your finish, then that means that the effort has to be consistent. You have to not only start, but you got to maintain high levels of initiative and effort to get to the finish line. Unyielding effort when things are tough, when things are challenging, when things don't go exactly the way you had planned or expected, you have to maintain an unyielding amount of effort. Requires to be self-engaged. When something doesn't go right, you can't sit back on your laurels and say, oh, wow, that didn't work out well. I got to rethink this for a while. Because you've got to be committed to see it through to the end. There's a poem called See It Through by Edgar Guest. When you're up against trouble, meet it squarely face to face. Lift your chin, plant your plant your feet, set your shoulders and take a brace. When it's vain to try and dodge it, do the best that you can do. You may fail, you may conquer. See it through. That's self-engagement. You've got to be committed to see it through. Be self-engaged to the end. You got to be focused. You got to be focused on the end. They asked Michael Jordan at one point when he was coming back from his sabbatical in the basketball league. He came into a game and he didn't wear number 23. You know, I'm a Bulls fan if you didn't know that. I'm a Michael Jordan fan. And he wore the number 54. I'm sorry, he wore the number 45. And when he showed up at the game to start, before the game started, he had written the number 54 on his sneakers. So he's at the shoot around and he encountered one of the opposing players. And the opposing player looked at him and said, Mike, he said, what? He said, I understand the 45 on your jersey, but your shoe says 54. I don't understand what the correlation is 45 to 54. And Michael looked at him and he said, that's the number of points I'm going to score on you tonight. And the guys kind of looked at him and laughed and like, yeah, right, whatever. Well, Michael was focused. He saw the end before the game began. He knew what he wanted to achieve that night. That night, Michael Jordan scored 56 points. Not 54, but 56. But he focused and he saw the end before he began. Many times in business, we have to focus and see the end before we begin. We have to see what it is we're trying to achieve before we get there. That takes performance skills. That takes understanding what our gifts are. That takes us looking internally first and evaluating where our strengths are. How do we continually work on perfecting the skills that we've been blessed with? That's what Michael did. He was cut from his high school basketball team, but he went home and shot 500 foul shots a day to become one of the greatest basketball players to ever lace up his sneakers. The question is, what are your performance skills? What are you good at? What are you the best at? What are your gifts? And how do you continually work on nurturing and perfecting them so that the effort is ever there and people recognize that you're always performing at the highest level that you can? How do you capitalize on your experience? You know, sometimes people say, well, you know, I'd get that done, but I'm going to do whatever I can, and done is better than perfect. And I just want to get it done. I got to get it done. I got so much on my plate. I got to get it done. I don't have time for this. Well, done isn't better than perfect. There's nothing better than perfect. There's nothing better than taking a little bit extra time to ensuring excellence. Because sometimes getting it done requires you coming back and doing it again because it wasn't good enough. It's all about habits. What are your habits? Because attitude creates habits. So if your attitude says done is better than perfect, you're habitually underachieving because you're just checking the boxes, you're just getting it done, you're just moving through it. So your performance level is not a performance of excellence. We want to make sure that we're always striving to perform at an excellent level. I love this quote by Lao Tzu. Watch your thoughts. They become your words. Watch your words. They become your actions. Watch your actions. They become your habits. Watch your habits. They become your character. Watch your character. It becomes your destiny. What we're talking about here in this workshop is looking at yourself through the magnifying glass, taking a look at how you perform on a regular basis, because you can never expect anyone, or you should never expect anyone to perform at a higher level than you're willing to commit. And if you're not willing to commit to a higher level of excellence, how the heck can you expect me to show up like that? You don't do it, so why should I? It's all about knowledge. And the knowledge is understanding yourself first, understanding the expectation, but also understanding how to inspire people to strive for excellence because you understand what makes them tick. You have the knowledge necessary to help them, inspire them, to nurture them, to coach them, to teach them how to be a better person, because you have used those same skills, that same knowledge internally before you can use it externally on someone else. Here's the thing. Now, I talked about the fact that in the success quotient, you need a partner, an accountability partner, someone who can help you with this process. You're going to help the people on your team or the people you've been entrusted to lead with their IEP scores, because we're going to score this. But you need somebody to hold you accountable. Why do we need somebody to hold you accountable? You're the boss. You're the head person in charge. Because you can't see the picture if you're in the frame. That's why you have to have somebody who can help guide you to see your areas of opportunity. I won't call them weaknesses. I'll call them areas of opportunity. We all have areas of opportunity where we could be better. We could, just with a little bit of effort, a little bit of nurture, with a little bit of coaching, with a little bit of help, we could be better. We can't do it by ourselves. We got to be willing to open ourselves up to have someone else helping us through that process. All right, so here's what I want you to do. Each person, think about the last project. We talked about the last 7 days. The last 7 days in your business, the last 7 days in your employment. How did you show up from an initiative standpoint? I want you to grade yourself on initiative. We talked about what initiative is. How did you show up from an initiative standpoint over the last 7 days? I want you to grade yourself from 1 to 100. 100 being great initiative, 100%, boom, boom, boom. All the way down to 1 where I took no initiative. I had to be told, I had to be prompted, I had to be given direction on everything. I took no initiative. Second is effort. What effort did you put into it? How much effort did you exhibit towards that project, towards that issue, towards what you needed to accomplish? And number three, how'd you perform? Did you perform at the highest possible level? Did you perform as an all-star? Did you perform as the best of the best? Were you the MVP? Or were you just a part of the team? Or did you sit on the bench? Or did you sit there and watch everybody else do what they needed to do? Grade yourself from 1 to 100 and come up with a total. When you come up with the total of the three numbers, you're going to divide those three numbers by 300. Here's an example. 202 divided by 300 is 0.6733. Yours is going to be different, but I want you to go through this process. Move the decimal point to the right 2 spaces, which means 0.6733 equals 67.33%. There, so your success quotient is 67.33%. Okay? Go ahead and go through the process. Go ahead and go through the exercise. I want everybody to get to this point. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Okay? Your IEP score is between 0 and 100. So once you rate each part of your IEP based on 0 to 100, you're going to come up with a score for each. Your initiative, 60%, your effort, 60%, your performance, 50%. 60 plus 60 plus 50 equals 170. Then divide 170 by 300. It's a little different calculation here. 0.5666, which equals 56%. Or 170 divided by 3, which is 56.7. Then divide by 100, which again gives you 56%. This is your IEP score. It's initiative plus your effort plus your performance, your final IEP score, okay? Your medium score, your final IEP score is added to by you, and we'll talk about your personal mentor. So here's the process. You're going to evaluate yourself every week. Every week, you should evaluate your performance for the last 7 days. Remember I talked about having an accountability partner, a mentor? Once a month, your accountability partner, your mentor, your boss, your supervisor is going to go through the same process and give you an accountability score. They're going to grade you on initiative, effort, and performance and come up with a score. Once a month, you're going to submit your scores. They're going to take their score. You're going to take your final score and their score and divide by 2 and come up with a score that you agree that basically is their impression of you and your impression of you so that you understand where you really sit. Remember I said you can't see the picture if you're in the frame. You want them to be able to help you get better. You want to be able to help the people you've been entrusted to lead to get better. This is how you go about that process. Now, here's the defining moment. You know, Kevin Costner said, when your defining moment comes, either you define the moment or the moment will define you. Let's define the moment. The goal is to be at least 74% all the time. 85% or more. If you're a small business owner, tune in now, sit up, take notice. 85% or more means you're on the road to achieving $1 million in your business. 75 to 84% means you'll achieve 6 figures in your business, about $500,000. 74% is average. and sub 6 figures. What's your expectation of where you want to land? 66% and below, you're in trouble. If you're not committed to more than 60% IEP score on a regular basis, you're in trouble. If you're averaging between 50 and 59%, and you're a small business owner, it's time to get a job because you're not really a CEO. You're not making any money. You've got an expensive hobby. This is where the rubber meets the road, ladies and gentlemen. This is not me telling you anything that I just trumped up based on looking at you. This is cold, hard reality. These are the facts. If all your parts of your IEP are bad, then you'll basically equal -4 figures. You're losing money every year. You're losing about $20,000 a year. That's why I said you got an expensive hobby, because you're not making any money. You're losing money every year. If all parts of your IEP are average, then losses will be around -3 figures to +4 figures. Those losses can be anywhere from $999 to $50,000 or $99,000 a year. You got to really look internally and give yourself a reality check here. If all parts of your IEP are good, then gains are from 5 figures to 6 figures. Gains are around $10,000 to $413,000 a year. Again, this is not gloom and doom. This is reality. I'm giving you feedback based on what the numbers tell us. If your IEP score is around 75 to 84%, if all parts of your IEP are great, then the gains are from 6 figures, 7, 8, and 9 figures. There is no limit. Gains are around $400 to $2 million a year because you are focused. It's all about mindset, changing your mindset to focus internally first, and then focusing your team to get the new results. IEP is about you first, but then utilizing this tool to evaluate the members of your team. It's all about your focus. You heard me say in the beginning, there's no hocus pocus. It's all about your focus. What you focus on gets measured. What you manage gets measured. Measure and manage initiative, effort, and performance. And I guarantee you that you will get and retain the results that you're looking for. If you're interested in learning more about IEP, if you're interested in learning about developing a culture of champions, you can go to our Culture of Champions community by going to cultureofchampions.world and registering to be a part of the Culture of Champions community. You can also go to Heartbeat, where we exchange information. If you want to contact me directly, you can contact me at info@leadershipdynamicsinternational.com. My name is Velton Schau. I'm the founder and chief strategist at Leadership Dynamics International, and I am your biggest cheerleader at the Culture of Champions. Remember, good teams become great when we trust each other enough to replace me with we. Join our community, and I guarantee you the results will speak for themselves. Make it a great day, because it's your day, and only you can have an impact and make it better than anybody else. Peace and happiness.
Okay, I hope you're gonna ask me the questions, because
I'm going to ask you the questions.
Look, this
That'll
is going
work.
to be real easy. It's going to be real easy. Look, 5 minutes tops. So you don't got to worry about, hopefully, that's enough time for the queen to do her thing.
Woo, you better know it.
So first off, thank you for being a part of SuccessFest 2023. It's going to be, it's a big event. I don't know if you've done anything with us with Black CEO before now, but look, it is an amazing opportunity to be able to help out and actually let the world see you and the things that you can provide to the world. So with that, first thing I got to do, what is your name? I need you to say it.
My name is Donnie R. Lewis, a.k.a. the Louisiana Country Boy.
Okay. I feel you. All right. I hear you, Donnie. Look, I'm a country boy from Alabama. So
hey,
I feel you. I understand. A little salty about LSU beating Alabama this year. Topic for another day. So let's get into it, Donnie. Talk to me. Tell me what has been the biggest obstacle that you had to overcome.
The biggest obstacle that I personally had to overcome was self. It was losing my voice, or should I say, giving my voice away as a child. That has been my biggest obstacle. The challenges that it created for me for 50 plus years. That was the main thing for me.
Okay. Now tell me this. Why do you choose to help other people to be successful?
My choice, it is not my choice personally. It is a choice. It is what was given to me. It is the duty that was given to me. My trials and the things that I've gone through in life, I went through not for myself, but to be able to be an assistant to others. I can't change anybody's life, but what I can do is I can sow a seed in them and give them an option and a choice to do something different.
Okay, that's good. So giving them options and being able to present them on a platform for them to be able to take different routes in life. It sounds like something that you're saying and what you do. Let me ask you this. Let's look ahead. What is your biggest hope for those that are your assignment, those that you're called to serve?
My biggest hope is that they are open to receive what is being sown. It's not about the seed, it's if the ground is ready. And that is my prayer, is that their ground is ready to receive.
Okay, so I got that. That is great. And if they're not ready, you're going to help them prepare that ground, right? So they can be able, gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. And then last but not least, tell me a little bit about how you plan on making the world a better place.
How I plan on making the world a better place? That's easy. You start with the Louisiana Country Boy. In order to make the world a better place, I have to be a better person in the world. And I have to allow what is inside of me to shine out. So it shines out into darkness. So when light meets darkness, it has to lighten up.
Okay. All right. I like that. Now let me ask you one more thing. And I want to, so just so you understand, I didn't articulate this well in the beginning. This is to create a little bit of a backstory and understand a little bit more about Mr. Donnie R. Lewis.
Yes.
Give me a little 1 minute about your story. If you can wrap it up into a very short version, tell me a little bit about the trial, the tribulation, the obstacle that you mentioned earlier.
No problem. That is the easiest thing. At a very young age, at 4.5 years old, I lost my father. At the point of losing my dad, the one thing is when I gave my voice away was the fact that nobody ever asked me how I felt. So at that point, I believed that my voice wasn't important and it didn't mean anything. So I became silent, not as in verbally, but I became silent emotionally. I went through 4.5 failed relationships. I went through 8 different abortions with different women, and I didn't speak up. Why didn't I speak up? Because as a child, I learned that my voice wasn't important. So when I went back and discovered where it was I lost my voice, I had to go back to that place to heal that pain in order to be where I am today.
Okay. Let me ask one more question. When did you get your voice back?
I got my voice back 3 years ago.
Okay. Woo, this is going to be good. I like this, Donnie. You're going to have some lives to change, some people to impact, and I can't wait to hear you on the main stage when we get to SuccessFest 23. I hope this journey has been great to this point. There's going to be a lot more to come.
get ready, get ready, get ready. Here we go, here we go, here we go. It's me, it's your boy, the Louisiana Country Boy, coming at you once more again. Look at here. It is I. You probably wonder who I am. I, the Louisiana Country Boy, Johnny R. Lewis, is here with you today to bring you something special, to bring you something new, to bring you something that's going to just blow your mind. I'm here today to tell you about unlocking your power within. Oh my goodness. You say, what is he talking about and why is he here? Unlocking it. See, the one thing us old boy right here knows is we all have something. What is that something we got? We got a power within us. We got a power within us. And I'm here to tell you what this old boy, I did to unlock his. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to walk you through on how to do it, how to get there, just like I got there, just like I got there. And here's what I did. Look here, the first thing, the very first thing you got to do, very first thing on unlocking our power within, we got to remove the distractions. You probably wonder, what is you talking about, removing distractions? See, sometimes in our lives, we can't get somewhere. We don't understand why, because we got so many things that's distracting us. What could them things be? Could be anything. It could be we just so focused on degrees, but the degrees ain't warming us up. Get it? The degrees ain't warming us up. You know, we focus on making the bank, getting the bag. But when we get it, we still have this emptiness because what? We have not unlocked that power. What power he keeps talking about, that power to be all that we want to be, not what the world wants us to be, what we want to be, what we want to be, that desire, that feeling within of completeness, wholeness. See, let me tell you, when you get them distractions out the way, again, it could be anything. It could be relationships. Yep, them could be distractions, good distraction, bad distraction. Yet distractions from us. It could be jobs, here, CEOs, OECs, EEOC, whatever you want to be. But again, it ain't fulfilling us internally, but it's giving us everything we need externally. Man, that's an empty place to be. Empty place. Have everything externally, but that hole internally. So you got to get them distractions. You got to move them things and be like, you know what? This right here, I got this. I got the house. I got the wife or the husband. You know, I got the job. I got the car. I got the bank account. But there's still something that's incomplete. There's still something that ain't whole yet. Because what has happened is there's a power within us that we have not unlocked yet. See, and when we understand these things are distractions, don't make them bad. Again, I ain't saying they bad, but it's keeping us from being who we're supposed to be, who we are called to be. See, the one thing about we, us, me, you, we are all individually and uniquely made. We all have one special gift that only we can do. Ain't nobody else do it. Ain't that a great thing? Boy, I tell you, ain't that a great thing? It's a wonderful thing. Once you understand and you start to remove the distraction, you know, now let me tell you something. I'm gonna hit on this, removing the distraction. Sometimes people take that personal, like you doing something. Oh, you trying to be this. No. See, before I can be anything to you, I have to be everything to me. So them distractions, you get them out the way. Sometimes moving them distractions will leave you in a place where you're feeling like you're secluded, like out on a desert island by yourself. But what you're gaining on that desert island by removing them distractions is you're starting to regain your inner peace. That's number one. Number two, it go to kick of old country boy right here. I had to do the one thing that people hate to do the most. I had to revisit my past. Revisiting the past, I tell you, man, a lot of people don't want to do that. See, because that means you got to go back to a place that you left for a reason. But see, the thing is, we have to go back because we have to find the reason we were so in a hurry to leave there. Because sometimes There are some great keys. Most of the time, there are some great keys for this old boy. All the time, there were some great keys in my past. I had to go back to that place, that wonderful place that wasn't so wonderful. That ugly place. I had to go back to that place. I had to revisit my past because see what I discovered in revisiting my past was there was a key. That was the key. That was where I left so many things. That was where I left. That was where I left it. What'd you leave? What did I leave? That's where I left my power. See, let me tell you about revisiting the past. See, there's some things in my past, probably in yours, not so good. There was some disappointments in my past. And let me correct this right here. I want to pin this right here. When I say revisiting the past, that don't mean you got to go back 20 years. That don't mean you got to go back 30 years. That don't mean you have to go back 40. Some of us only have to go back like 2-3 years to that past wherever the hood was, that past wherever the disappointment was, that past where we gave our power away. That past right there. See, let me tell you, there are some wonderful things in that past. There's some wonderful things in that past. There's healing in that past. But what we have to do is find the courage to go back to that past. We have to find the courage to go back to that place, that spot, as I may say, that spot where some things happened to us. Well, maybe it was daddy didn't love me like I needed to be loved. Maybe it was like mama wasn't there like I needed her to be there. Maybe it's where old boyfriend treated me a certain kind of way. Maybe where old girlfriend cheated on me. That past, where at that point, what we did was all the power, we gave it away. We left it at that point. We left it right there. See, let me tell you, it's not easy to revisit. But let me tell you, when you revisit, you find your power. Step by step. Step by step. Yeah. See, some people want to rush it. It's a process. It's a process. It's a process is going back. The process, you have to be ready, because there are going to be some things that you're going to uncover in your past that you blocked out in your present. Let me say that one more time. There are going to be some things that you will discover in your past that you have blocked out in your present. So you know what they call it, selective memory. Selective memory, we block those things. But see, when we block those things, what it was doing was blocking us from having the completeness, the wholeness within. So that number two go back to number one. What happened was then when it blocked it, we started pulling in distractions, because of what it kept doing was distracting us from going back. It comes that thing in the past, right? How important it is, how important it is to go there. Then lastly, the last thing that's over to you. When you have number one, remove the distractions, whatever those distractions may be. When you remove those, you're taking the time. Bam, you look and you see like, man, this ain't filling me. This ain't keeping me. I can be here for a minute, but I don't have that thing to stay. When you have two, taken that opportunity to walk back to the past, then you can reclaim your power. You can reclaim your power, not their power, but your power. You can reclaim it, and you can be all that you are called to be. Not what anybody else calls you to be, what you are called to be, individually, wonderfully, and uniquely made. That is a jewel. That is a precious jewel. And each and every one of us has it. So all I want you to do, all this old boy wants you to do, is unlock your power within.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, Success Fest. I am CEO Brother Henry. I am so excited to be here with you today. I just wanted to start by telling you the craziest thing that I have ever seen. The craziest thing I've ever seen is that I went down to the local pond, and at the local pond, I found thousands of horses who died from dehydration. Let me repeat that one more time. The craziest thing I've ever seen is going down to my local pond and seeing thousands of horses who died from dehydration. Now, of course, that's a metaphor, but my message today is for the entrepreneur who is thirsty for success. Now, statistically speaking, 100% of able-bodied and able-minded people have a 100% opportunity to become part of the 1%. 100% have an opportunity to become part of the 1%. And I say 1%, I'm speaking financially. But that's only if they choose to. Many of us, we just crawl through life. We do just enough to get by, and we get by doing just enough. Now, back in the day, I had some friends, and we used to have a conversation. And I would say to my friends, hey, how's it going? And they would respond to me by saying, nothing happening, slow motion. And I would say to them, well, slow motion is better than no motion. And looking back on it, I think to myself, isn't that the most depressing conversation? Slow motion is better than no motion. Oh, well, it may be true, but it's a depressing conversation. Have you ever felt like you're just slowly crawling through life? Just slowly crawling through life, right? With all the odds stacked against you, but you desire to live a higher existence on a higher plane and to have a higher quality of life. So many of us are crawling through life. We're like caterpillars. But here's the thing about caterpillars. Statistically speaking, did you know that only less than 1 out of 10 caterpillars actually grow to become butterflies? I'm gonna say that one more time. Did you know that less than 1 out of 10 caterpillars actually grow to become butterflies, even though every caterpillar possesses everything inside of it to go through a transformational process and become what we know a butterfly and achieve and obtain its higher self. So if you've ever felt like you deserve more in life, more money, more opportunity, more experiences, more freedom of time, then this is for you. Or maybe you like me. Honestly, I can tell you, I was fired from over 25 jobs, okay? Don't laugh, it's a true story. Several failed business attempts you can also add to my resume before I was able to make my first 6 figures. And by using the formula that I'm giving to you today, I've been able to successfully, and those who use this formula have been able to successfully make 6 figures consistently, independent of having to get a job. And it's something that's worked for me. So I decided to share it with others. Now, if you have a college degree, you're already levels ahead of me because I had a high school diploma, barely. Like I barely have a high school diploma, and I've been able to do some amazing things using this formula. Now, I've discovered a formula that anyone can use when you're in your cocoon state that will absolutely guarantee you success on the other side of completion. Now, as a child, I had a potty mouth. I used to get in trouble for saying the F word. Now, I teach entrepreneurs how to overcome mental roadblocks that stop us from achieving high levels of success without wasting years of experimenting with trial and error. And I do it by teaching entrepreneurs that successful people drop F words, a lot of them, okay? Now, I don't have time to teach you all 12 F words that are in my system and how to apply them to find massive success, but I want to give you a quick glimpse before we leave today so you have an idea and maybe enough to get you on the road going, and then we can talk more. Now, F word number one that I teach people is fear. Fear is the number one impediment to success. Fear can either be a tool or it can be a weapon against you. If you let fear get weaponized against you, you get one set of results, but if you use it as a tool, you get another set of results. The second F word I teach people to use is failure. Now, failure is a condition of perception. And once you learn that failure is a condition of perception, you handle failure a lot differently. The third F word I teach people is faith. Faith is the fuel that you use to manifest thought into reality. And there's a lot that goes into having faith that I teach people. F word number four is fortune. And fortune deals with our relationship with money. If you're like me, I would know I was raised with a negative relationship with money. My parents said things like money doesn't grow on trees, money is the root of all evil, money can't buy you happiness. All these things developed in me a negative relationship with money. And if you're like me and you have a negative relationship with money, then you have to learn how to have a positive relationship with money. That is, if you plan on having a lot of money, okay? F word number five is family and or friends. These are the people that inspire you to greatness. And these are the people really that go into your why you do what it is that you do. F word number six is focus. And focus is the ability really to overcome procrastination. And one thing I know, I've had literally over 100 clients, and every single one of my clients says the same thing. Procrastination is an issue. How do I overcome procrastination? How do I stay focused? How do I get things done and achieve goals? So we help overcome procrastination with focus. F word number seven is fantasy. Fantasy is envisioning and manifesting your dreams, vision boards, vision books, saying your affirmations, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just what's on the surface. So we talk about fantasy. F word number eight is funny, and that's using humor to relate to the people that you are trying to connect with. F word number nine, similar to number eight, is familiarize, which is familiarize yourself with the connecting pieces that connect you to your audience. F word number 10 is finish. Don't even start if there's a chance you're going to quit. If there's a chance you're going to quit, don't even start. F word number 11 is funnel, okay? Build digital funnels, of course, but also building physical funnels. And the more funnels you build, the more things will be funneled onto you. So we teach that all the way through and through. F word 12 is fundamentals, and this is the basics of entrepreneurship. Say, what do you know about entrepreneurship? Well, I am the co-founder of the largest national entrepreneur academy in the country, which is K-12. All of my students have to start small businesses that generate revenue. They all have to publish a minimum of one book a year. I just had a student make $25,000 in a single day, another student do $21,000. I just had another sixth grader make $800 over the weekend. I have 4-year-olds with published books. I'm into entrepreneurship just a little bit. So what I'm offering is not just a course to teach a specific skill. Skill set absent of mindset equals unproductivity and weak, if any, results. The most important part of becoming successful is having a successful mindset. So let me help you to maximize your impact, your influence, your wealth, and your time just by visiting my website, www.12fsuccess. That's the number 12, the letter F, then success.com. Get a copy of my free ebook, The Science of Success, and get a free strategy call to get you on the road to success with my 12F success system. That's www.12fsuccess.com. Make sure you tap in, and I will see you at the top. We got a lot of work to do, and I'm so excited for you and the bright future that you have. I'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Greetings, greetings, greetings. I am CEO Brother Henry. I am the co-founder of one of the only largest entrepreneur academy across the country. We have students from California to the other side of the country. Every student who attends my school has to start a small business that generates revenue. Additionally, they have to publish a minimum of 1 book a year, but we're not even here to talk about that, even though it's an amazing program. It's an amazing thing. I'm here today to tell you about the program that I use to make people successful. People from the age of 4 all the way up, from 4 and up. I have 4-year-olds that are published authors with multiple books that have got speaking engagements. A 4-year-old with a speaking engagement, imagine that. So today, I'm gonna tell you about a program that I have, and I'd like to introduce to you. It's called Successful People Drop F-Bombs, okay? So let's get going. Let's get right into this. We don't have a lot of time, but I want you guys to catch everything. So let's get right into this. Successful people drop F-bombs, okay? And I got this because when I was younger, I used to have a potty mouth. And now my potty mouth has actually got me success by dropping F-bombs. So who am I as a person? I've been married for 16 years. There's me and my beautiful wife when we got married. 13 years ago, my daughter was born, my first and only daughter that was born. I also adopted a daughter. Today, I'm an author, a speaker, a mindset coach, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kika First Entrepreneurial Academy. So when my daughter was born, just so you understand my relatability, when my daughter was born 13 years ago, we were so poor, my radiator broke in my house and I did not have the money to get it fixed. When my daughter was born, December 25th in Illinois, during a blizzard, we came home and had 2 space heaters, one in the bathroom, one in the room, and we all bundled up in one room because there was no heat in the house and I did not have the money to get it fixed, nor did I know how to get the money to get it fixed. During that time period, I suffered from evictions and foreclosures. It's like eviction back to back. Finally got a house got foreclosed on. Repossessions, we were on food stamps. I suffered a lot of humiliation because I could not figure out how to provide for my family in a way that gave us a lifestyle that we were comfortable living, okay? In fact, we were so poor that my wife and I used to sneak to the local YMCA to take showers at night right before they closed because we didn't have any running water in the house. So I've pretty much seen everything at the bottom that you can see, okay? Now, today, my wife and I are both high 6-figure earners on our way to our first 7 figures. It's a very exciting time period. And today I'm sharing with you the system that I use to make this a reality, okay? So we're going to use the F word 12 times. And we're going to use a lot of F words, okay? So be prepared to drop some F-bombs. Now, what are these transformational F words I'm going to share with you? The first one is fear. Fear is the #1 impediment to success. Once you learn how to utilize fear and use it properly as a tool, it can no longer be weaponized against you. So fear is the foundational thing that we have to learn how to overcome if we want to find massive success to build our wealth, to build our impact, influence, and to have freedom of our time and buy back our time. The second transformational F word is failure. We have to understand that failure is a condition of perception. Once you understand that failure is a condition of perception, then it's easy to understand when failure happens, how to overcome failure, okay? The third thing we're gonna talk about is faith. Faith is the fuel to manifest thought into reality. Having faith, the size of a mustard seed. Now here's something interesting, and I know I'm giving you a little bit of a sneak peek into where we're going with faith. Have you ever seen an oak tree? Did you know that an oak tree starts off as a seed? My question is, when the oak tree is just a seed, is that seed already an oak tree? Because everything that the oak tree needs to become an oak tree is inside that seed. And that's really what faith is. We'll talk about it when we get there. Number 4 is fortune. Fortune deals with our relationship with money.
So if you're like me and you grew up hearing all these negative things about money, money doesn't grow on trees, money doesn't make you happy, money can't buy you happiness, money's the root of all evil. If you've heard these things growing up and you have a negative relationship with money like I did, then it's very hard to build a fortune when you have a negative relationship with money. So we have to work on our relationship with money and our financial literacy. The fifth transformational F word we're going to talk about is family and or friends. These are the people who inspire you to greatness. These are the people that are your why. These are the people that will help you reach new levels of success. The sixth thing we're going to talk about is focus. Focus is the ability to overcome procrastination. And if you're an entrepreneur, then you know procrastination is the rule of the day. How do we overcome procrastination? That's a huge one, okay? Number 7, envisioning and manifesting your dreams. So many people talk about vision boards and vision books and affirmations, but if you don't have a realistic emotion attached to that manifestation, then you'll never manifest what you want because it's not real. So we talk about and we teach you how to use fantasy. The 8th thing we teach is funny, using humor to be relatable. Everybody likes to laugh. If you can get people laughing and smiling and in a good place, then you can relate to your audience. And number 9, similar to number 8, familiarize. It's finding the connecting pieces to relate to an audience. So when you relate to an audience and they know where you're coming from and you know where they're coming from, at that point now you can use that connectivity, you can use that thing that's familiar to show people how to get to the next level. Number 10 is finish. When we talk about finish, we say don't start if there's a 0.000, if there's any chance you're gonna quit, don't even start. Don't even start. We got to finish strong, okay? Finishing strong is the difference between $1 million and negative $1 million. You can either have $1 million excuses or you can have $1 million, but you can't have both. You got to decide what is it that you want. Number 11 is a funnel. You can build a digital funnel, but also physical funnels. And we should be building funnels to funnel things into our life. Not just clients, but funnel in blessings, funnel in our impact, funnel in our influence. We should be building funnels every single day. Number 12, the 12th transformational F word is fundamentals. And these are the basics of entrepreneurship. So well, why didn't you start with the fundamentals? Because the most important thing that I'm going to teach you is that the mindset, your mindset is more important than your skill set. A skill set absent a mindset will bring you low productivity and weak, if any, results at all, okay? Now, me in my personal life, I was fired from over 25 jobs. When I wrote my first book, I went back and looked over my life and I tried to write down a bunch of jobs that I could remember being fired from. And this isn't even all of them. I just wrote a small list: Walmart, Lowe's, Vision Financial, Kennedy Middle School, security, police officer, POL, Schnucks, Silos Factories, Johnson Controls, telemarketing. I did packing. I worked in factories. I was fired from a lot of jobs. And what I found was I would start working a job, and when I got on the job, my mind would be going crazy with creativity, and I could not keep the job because deep down inside, I knew that the universe was sending me a message that I needed to be my own boss, but I just kept ignoring the universe over and over and over and over until one day it finally clicked to me, I need to be my own boss, okay? I had failed businesses. So if you've ever had failed businesses, this is for you. I put thousands of dollars into businesses, having no clue what I was doing because my mindset wasn't right. I had multiple failed businesses. In fact, I had more unsuccessful businesses than I had successful businesses, but you only need one successful business to change your life forever, okay? If you've ever suffered from financial frustration, then this is for you. I know I suffered financial frustration because I could not provide my family the type of lifestyle that I wanted them to live and that I myself wanted to live. I wanted to go on vacations all the time or whenever I felt like it. I wanted to be able to go to the fancy restaurants and go take my wife out to nice hotels and go buy nice things for my children. And if you're like me and you've suffered financial frustration, then this workshop is just what you need. This workshop is going to show you some things to help you overcome that situation. Also, time management. Freeing up my time. I'm gonna tell you something. I've been a full-time entrepreneur for the last 5 years, and I have not missed anything in my children's life, and it feels amazing. Being able to be there for the people that need me, for the people I love, and for the people that love me, and being able to be there when they need me has really changed my life. And I know that if you can build your life in such a way through your mindset, which will help you with your skill sets to achieve high levels of success, if you can do the same, then you can experience these same things. To be there for my wife when she needs me, to be there for my daughters when she needs me, to be there for my mother when she needs me. It's an amazing feeling, and I want everybody to experience this feeling. So what this system promises is that we're going to help you increase your influence, your impact, your wealth, and freeing up your time. That's what this system promises. It's all about your mindset. The 4 goals of entrepreneurship, when they combine, increase wealth, which buys you more time to do the things which you desire. Okay. So I built the national private school. I have students from California all the way across the country, Detroit, Houston, Atlanta, Chicago. We're located in Rockford. How was I able to build a national private school with no college degree? I hire people with college degrees, but I was able to build this thing with no college degree. Well, how was I able to do it? By using my 12F system, okay? One of the big things that entrepreneurs miss, do you remember when we were younger and we were in school and we sat in a circle and we played the game telephone? And the teacher will come and she'll share a message and she'll say, you know, this is the message. And then by the time the message gets around the circle, it's completely different than what the teacher said. Well, why does that happen in the game of telephone? It's because many of us, we send messages to people through our business and to ourselves, but we lack clarity, okay? Lacking clarity. If you don't send a clear message of who you are, what you do, who you help, and how it will help them, if you don't send that clear message and you don't help people to have clarity, then people will not look towards you because people need clarity of message. So this system will help you get mental clarity on who you are, what you do, who you serve, how you serve. And once you have that mental clarity, it will help you stay driven to achieve and perform at the highest levels. So let's talk about it. Number 1, fear, the number 1 impediment to success. Let me tell you something about fear, okay? Jack Canfield says that everything you want is on the other side of fear. And in addition, Will Smith in the movie, I think it's called After Earth, he had this quote about fear that's amazing. I use it anytime I speak at a school or a university. Will Smith said that fear is near insanity. Fear is your imagination of things that at present do not exist and may never exist. Right? It's worrying about things that do not exist and they may never exist. We said, don't get them wrong. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice. So we've got to learn how to overcome fear. And I'll probably spend more time in fear than anything else because fear is the foundational principle that gets everything else going, okay? I'm gonna share a short story with you and then we'll keep going through the rest of this presentation because we don't have a lot of time today, but I want you to understand how this system works, how it can empower you, how it can empower those around you, and how this can take you to the next level. Short story, my wife and I were out in the Caribbean Sea. We took a yacht to the Caribbean Sea and there was a little island place out in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, and they offer all these things for you to do while we're on vacation. One of the things that they offered for us to do was to go kayaking. Now, I should tell you, I'm not the best swimmer. I can swim under the water. I can even swim on top of the water, but I can't float. So when I get in the water, I just got to go. I don't have time to try to sit around and float. I got to be in motion the entire time. I don't know how to tread water. So swimming for me is kind of an uncomfortable feeling. Actually, it's very uncomfortable, okay? So my wife says she wants to go kayaking. Now, they tell us when we go to get in this kayak that not to go past the, I don't know what they're called, the things that float in the water. So don't go past those sharks out there, and we want to keep you safe, so don't swim past those. So we get in the kayak, it almost tips over, I'm scared, I'm shaking, my heart's beating, I'm just panicking. My wife is laughing at me the whole time. We get in the kayak, we start going, I'm the only one rowing, There's this big boat in front of us. We're about to crash into it. She's just laughing away. I'm like, grab the paddle. We're going to die. I don't want to die. So she grabs the paddle. We narrowly miss this boat. We swim around the island. We go way out. Now we got to turn around. And I say, we're going to have to go past those things. They said there's sharks out there. I don't want to die. I'm scared. Like, I'm panicking. My wife jumps on Facebook Live and starts recording. And she says something to me that brings me back to the Will Smith quote about fear being insanity. She asked me a question. She says, right now, while you're in this kayak, is your life in danger? And I look around, and even though we're in the middle of the ocean, I have a life vest on. There's lifeguards and all types of help on the side that can help if anything goes wrong. My life's not actually in danger. But in my mind, I'm telling myself that anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and I'm expecting these things, and I'm panicking for nothing. Fear has been weaponized against me. She asked me a question. She said, how can you be a mindset coach and teach all of these people how to overcome fear, and here you are in the middle of the ocean, and you're succumbing to your fear? And it was at that moment that it clicked to me that even though danger was very real, fear was a choice. And so I chose to be in fear because the thoughts of imagining things that could happen. And when that happened, and when she said that to me and it clicked to me, we finished the rest of our kayak. Now, I overcame that fear. I don't want to do it again, but sometimes you got to face your fears to know what type of character you have and what you're made of. So fear is a big one. I teach a lot about fear, and we have to learn how to use fear as a tool instead of having fear weaponized against us, okay? The second thing we got to learn about is failure. Failure is a condition of perception. Failure is only failure if you quit. We got to understand that failure is just the first attempt at learning. When you walk into a gym and you shoot a basketball for the first time, there's no way you're going to be better the first time you shoot a basketball than the 100th time that you walk into a gym and shoot a basketball. You're going to be better the 100th time you do anything than you were the first time. So we got to understand failure is just a condition of perception. Failure, according to psychologytoday.com, there's 3 reasons that failure is a good thing. It shows us what we're missing. It forces a fresh start, and it shows us what we care about. So we have to get comfortable failing. Failure to me is a fun thing. It just means I'm one step closer to success. Okay? Faith. It's the fuel to manifest thought into reality. The fuel to manifest thought into reality. Now, when I had first started my national school, it wasn't national at the time, my car was wrecked in an accident, and one parent paid tuition with a car that was terrible. In the middle of an Illinois winter, I'm driving around with a car where the sunroof doesn't go back, the windows don't roll down, we're getting snowed on, rained on, iced on, the heat only worked for 30 seconds at a time, it didn't have any mirrors, this thing was terrible. It only started when it wanted to, but I have faith that if I could push through the difficult times, that on the other side of that, this school would make me wealthy and successful, and indeed it has. So we got to learn about using faith. We also got to learn about fortune, our relationship with money. We got to understand that if we have a negative relationship with money, then it's going to be hard to make money and keep money and grow money because our relationship with money, okay? We also got to learn about family and friends, the people who inspire us to greatness. Well, what's your why? So many books, so many speeches, so many information out there about your why. What's the thing that inspires you to greatness? Who are the people that you do this for? Why do you want to be great? Okay. Number 6, focus, the ability to overcome procrastination. This is one of the key things that so many of us suffer from. We find everything to do that's not urgent and not important. Really, you could draw a box, 4 boxes next to each other, and categorize your life into those 4 boxes. What things are important, what things are not important, what things are urgent, and what things are not urgent. Most people spend most of their life in the boxes of things that are not important and not urgent. The things that are important and are urgent, we don't really get to until they force us there. Our health, our wealth, our family, bills, whatever the case may be. We have to stay focused and overcome procrastination. Number 7, fantasy. Envisioning and manifesting your dreams. Don't just talk about what you want. You have to put yourself there. Go test drive that car that you want to purchase. Think about your dream house, but don't just think about it. Write it down. Find pictures. When you find pictures, I need you to ask yourself a question. When you find a picture of your dream house, or you picture it in your mind, what does the carpet feel like when you walk in? Is there carpet? Is there tile? What color is it? What does it look like? What does it feel like? What do you smell in the air when you first walk in? Who's in the house with you? What do you have happening in the house? How many floors is it? What's there? Do you have a chef? Do you have a personal cleaner? What is in the house? You have to put yourself there and see yourself there where you can feel what you fantasize if you want to make that a reality that you live, okay? Number 8, funny. Use humor to be relatable. Everybody likes to smile. And guess what? One of the secrets I learned about selling something. If you ever want to sell something, just get people smiling and saying yes. If you can get people to smile and you can get people to say yes over and over and over, you can sell anything. So you have to find humor even in painful situations. I look back at all the pain I've been through and I try to find a way to turn my pain into something humorous that I can share with other people. I think it was Kevin Hart who had a special called Laugh at My Pain. If you can get people to laugh at your pain and let them understand that the things they're going through that are the most difficult, that are the most trying, that are the hardest things that they're going through, that once they overcome it and look back at it, they'll be able to laugh at their pain. That's a skill set that if you can utilize that skill set, it will take your business to another level, okay? Number 9 is familiarize, finding the connecting pieces to relate to an audience. How do you get your audience to relate to what it is that you have? Find the things that you all have in common. Find your avatar. What is this that you are doing that you want people to see? Who's the person you're talking to? Learn how to familiarize, find the connecting pieces to relate to an audience. Number 10, finish. Don't start if there's a chance that you're going to quit. If there's even an inkling that you're going to quit, don't even start, because you're just wasting your time. And then any people that you involve in your project or what you're doing, you're also wasting their time. Okay. Once you start on a journey, the most important step is the first step, but it's not the last step. You have to stay strong until you finish what it is you set out to do. Digital funnels are pretty easy to understand. A digital funnel, when you come to a website, when you come to a landing page, they're going to give you an experience. But physical funnels also exist. How do you funnel people to you in real time? How do you not only build a community digitally, but build a community of real people in real time around you, that everywhere you go, you have a support system to support you? We have to learn how to build physical funnels, okay? We're almost there. Hang on just for a couple more minutes, okay? Number 12 is the fundamentals, the basics of entrepreneurship, okay? The basics of entrepreneurship. Be reading books. Of course, you should be looking at the people around you. Here's a clue. Look at the 5 closest people around you. If the 5 closest people around you, whatever characteristics and traits they have, you are the sum total of those 5 people. In other words, if the 5 closest people around you are lazy, you're also lazy. If the 5 closest people around you like to gossip, you like to gossip. If the 5 closest people around you like to hang out, you like to hang out. But if the 5 closest people around you are driven, then you're driven. If the 5 closest people around you talk about money, then you talk about money. If the 5 closest people around you are into business and elevating their life and going to higher levels, then you're into business and elevating your life and going to higher levels. And as you look at the circles of people around you, if you notice that you're the best person or the top person or the highest person in any of your circles, you need a new circle. You need to be around people who are better than you in whatever category or area, so that way they can lift you and pull you to get better yourself. If you're the best, then the people around you aren't making you better. You have to be around people whose synergy will reach you and lift you to their level so that you can find even more new circles. So we got to learn the fundamentals of entrepreneurship. Another thing that's important is you got to look at the environment around you. The environment around you is extremely important, okay? You have to understand that it's very difficult to grow seeds where you don't have soil. Again, it's very difficult to grow seeds where you don't have soil. If you want to throw a party and listen to loud music and DJ, you probably shouldn't do it in the library. That's not the right environment to do that. Likewise, if you want to read books in peace and quiet and you don't want to be bothered, you probably shouldn't go to a club. environment is very important. So we got to learn the fundamentals and the basics of entrepreneurship so we can put ourselves in position to have the most success. All right. Now, how does my 12F system work? You get with my 12F system, you get the course, which is the 12-step course that you get for a lifetime. You can use it over and over and over. You get a 3-month group coaching sessions with myself and my team and some of the top entrepreneurs across the country who are different multimillionaires, different CEOs, different founders, different startups, to find out what it is that they did to help build their mindset up. You can use the course annually because you should be working on your mindset for the rest of your life. You also get access to our network, Dream Bigger University. You get the mind map. You get the free ebook. That's how the 12F system works. What do you learn? You get the 12 principles of success that we just covered. And overall, we learn how to increase your impact, how to increase your influence, how to build more wealth, and how to buy back your time. If you can do these 4 things can absolutely change your life. Okay. So you can invest in yourself at the level that you expect a return. Trevor Ott said this, and it's the best quote that I've ever heard. It really made me think about what it is that I wanted in life. So for example, if I want to move into a 10-bedroom mansion, I can't expect to only pay $300. You have to invest in yourself at the level that you expect a return. So right now, I've slashed the price for all of those who attended SuccessFest from $3,000 to only $1,497. That's the investment that you make to change your life forever. And I want to let you know that investing in some of the coaches that have changed my life are some of the best investments I have ever made in my life. This system took me from doing only $17,000 a year to over $250,000 a year. And it can do the same for you too once you gain mental clarity. I'm looking back, I can't even imagine how I lived life at $17,000 a year. Probably because I needed benefits, I needed assistance, I wasn't going anywhere, and I wasn't doing anything. But now I can give to my family the things that I need. I can take my family and give them the experiences that they deserve. And overall, I'm a better human being, and I'm striving to become even better every single day. So the system gives you the confidence, esteem, and clarity needed to achieve as other high performers achieve daily. That's what it's all about for me. Okay. So I hope that you learned something amazing today. This is a picture of me and my beautiful wife, and we're much happier today because money's not everything. I understand that. And you're never going to get rid of all your problems, but you can solve all your money problems. And so we just got to learn that successful people drop F-bombs. So just go to www.12fsuccess.com. That's www.12fsuccess.com. Go to my website today, get a free ebook from me, The Science of Success, get a free strategy call, and let's see if we can sit down and figure out a roadmap to get you to live in the quality of life that you always desired, the quality of life you always dreamed, and the experiences that you deserve. Life is short. Don't waste time trying to figure it out when there's those who have already figured it out that are willing to help you if you're willing to help yourself. This is CEO Brother Henry. I thank you for sharing this time with me today. Have an amazing day, and I'll see you at the top.
It has been an amazing first day of SuccessFest 2023. I hope you all have taken away something valuable and will carry it with you into tomorrow. Remember, success doesn't happen overnight. It takes focus, dedication, and hard work and your desired goals. Thank you for joining us today, and let's make sure to take full advantage of the opportunities that this event has provided. See you all tomorrow, same success place, same success time. Don't forget, say it, believe it, and do it. Good night, and have a great rest of your day. It's been my pleasure to serve as your host today, and I am Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of Power. Woo! Fire! Boom, 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 boom.